Test, test, test. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, y'all? Hello. What's up, Demanda? What's up, Adrian? What's up, Lauren? Chat, we are doing debates tonight. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Democracy, Kamala, Iran war, stolen elections, friendship, happiness, puppy dogs. Harness showed a video of Tehran getting hammered. I did see that. I did see that. How's it going, everybody? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get a few thousand likes on the screen. Send this out to the For You page. Yeah, it looks like Trump and Israel bombed some oil refineries in Tehran and around Iran. That's why you see all those like doomsday videos, just exploded oil refineries. I'm sure it's going to help gas prices. Oof.
Yo,
Yellow.
hey man, you just mentioned those Doomsday videos. How do you know they're not AI?
I don't know. I don't know if it's too much to believe or to not believe. Like it's, I know there's war. I don't know.
Well, do you think that could be an issue if you don't know what you're seeing is real or not? Because you're just saying, hey, we just saw all these videos of them. I mean, isn't that a real huge issue?
That I said I saw videos.
No, that you don't know if a video is real or not, 100%.
Okay, sure. We can look at the validity of videos through who posted them, if they're from local people or from news stations. Unless you think that a news station has gone so rogue that they're creating AI on behalf of Israel or something, then that's another thing. But I just don't think it's too far fetched to think that Trump bombed oil refineries. Do you?
I don't find that too far fetched to think either, but I'm just stating that now we have to kind of interpret, and we can't just get the videos. Now we have to ask ourselves, hey, is this real or not? If we are actually there, I don't know. I feel like they're just giving you guys a new perception of what they want you to believe, and yeah, okay.
I mean, I think that's going to be something we'll struggle with, I guess, moving forward. But I guess
Moving
it's the
forward,
use of
shouldn't we
having.
attack that issue now
I'm sorry.
somehow, some way?
Yeah, I mean, Trump did just pass something saying we can't make any laws surrounding AI by state. So
Well, okay. Well, Peter Thiel's on his team, and I think, and Elon Musk, they want some restrictions on AI. So I applaud Donald Trump to being around those type of people that are helping, I guess.
dog, I don't think they're alone in this regard. I don't think they're alone in this regard. I don't trust the likes of Trump or anyone else to do what's right or ethical in every corner. And I also, behind closed doors, like for sure, Trump is doing things in the name of AI or the gambling industry or all these things to enrich himself. So I don't doubt that they're trying to do things that are, I guess, beneficial to them. But I really don't think they have our best interest in mind when they talk about those things. I don't know if he just left. Hello? I can't hear you when you're outside of the app. Chap, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K while we're waiting for this person to come back. I'm going to guess they're gone, chat. Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay, is there something you wanted to say really quick?
Yes, I've been looking at it. Venezuela and Iran are China's number one and number two oil suppliers, right?
Yeah.
So, are we trying to cause China's economy problems? That's what
Yeah.
it looks like.
I mean, Trump's deliberately been trying to cause China's economy problems since he got in. Tariffs?
Yes. Now he's attacking their oil.
Yeah.
And that's going to hurt everybody. If China can't get oil, that's going to hurt more than just the United States. That's going to hurt a lot of different countries.
Yep. Yep. And like Jen said, yeah, it's helping Putin. Anyway, I appreciate you, Don.
All right,
Take it easy.
I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna jump down.
All right. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. It shouldn't be that hard if Trump is the greatest president ever to come up and tell me why you like Trump. Guys, gas is going to raise like 50 cents each day the next few days. If you haven't already, fill up your tank. Before any news company posts any videos vetted by lawyers, like most reputable news source, they obviously have the same like worry that someone has given them AI and that they might report a fake news story based on AI. Every news station absolutely does have to think about these things unless they're known to lie and deliberately make things. That would be so damning if a news station did that and we found it out to be a lie and AI detected that it was an AI generated video, which is the thing we can do. It would just ruin them. It would just dissolve the trust, the public trust of that news station. Gas is up like $1 already where you live. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, unless it's Fox. He had the audacity to be present when they brought this all. Yeah, I know. It's ceremonial. And he also, wasn't he not, like, famously not present for some of those transfers home? Let's see. Donald was not present for all the dignified transfers of troops who died overseas during his first term, while he did attend some, including return of 6 soldiers killed in 2026. The 2020 review showed he only attended 4 of 96 such events during his first term. Whew. Yep, that's what I just saw. 4. No, it's... Yeah, 4 of 96. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I voted for him for two very specific reasons, and I think that he's following up very well on them. The first reason I voted for him was the work that he did in getting Roe v. Wade overturned. And the second reason was the executive orders that he has and the policies to stop children from being physically and chemically mutilated under the guise of gender affirming care.
Okay, we can talk about both of those. So the first thing I would say is ever since Roe v. Wade's been overturned, a number of things that have happened that are antithetical to the pro-life movement. So things such as the rate of abortions going up every year since that has happened. Also, the fallout, the economic fallout of each of those states who've implemented hard policies, not even policies that are the most extreme, but doctors are leaving these states to the tune of like 20% and creating healthcare deserts for women seeking things like regular checkups, regular healthcare. They have to drive twice as long, pay twice as much, wait twice as long as well for these things. And it's creating hardships and creating economic fallout. So I would also just say that we're the last developed country on earth that just hasn't outright done this. We send money to Israel every day, and they have free abortions.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand what you said and respect your facts. I personally would love to see an abortion ban. I have a funny feeling that'll never happen. So me voting for him, somebody that is restricting it, is one step closer to what I believe is morally okay.
I just feel like, are you Christian?
I mean, I don't really like to include religion into my own
But it, of course, affects your
belief in
bias.
talking to people. Well, because I was born Catholic, I'm not practicing Catholic, so I just don't know if I'm the best person to use religion into what I believe, because I've gone against what I've been taught since I was a child. So,
Okay.
I don't really know how to answer that question.
Why do you think women should be forced to carry a pregnancy to term against their will?
Well, against their will would mean that it's either incest, rape, or life of the mother, or it's a child.
Or if they're pregnant and they don't want to carry that baby, that is, of course, still against their will.
Well, without those 4 exceptions, and that means that woman did do something that caused her to have the child in her womb in the first place, would it not?
Yeah, so you're just saying that this is a punishment for having sex?
It's not punishment. If pregnancy is so terrible, why are there women doing it right now?
There's 29,000 women who were raped and therefore pregnant in Texas alone last year.
That's separate from what I was talking about, because I said without those 4 exceptions, if it's a child, I mean, it would be a rape anyway if it is a child, but rape of an adult, and then also life of the mother and incest. Out of those 4 exceptions, I'm concerned about all the other ones that are happening electively.
Well, those exceptions are impossible to legislate. But the other thing is, I think pregnancy is a thing you should consent every single moment that you are a part of it, not just when you're having sex, because sex is a whole nother thing. People enjoy having sex 99.99% of the time. When humans are having sex, they're not trying to reproduce. I'm 37. I've never once had sex in an attempt to make offspring. So I don't think this really holds water. It's like saying you're consenting to be in a car crash if you get in a car. You know about that. So you can't seek medical help. You need to suffer the consequences.
Well, being in a car crash when you're not at fault and you walk away alive has nothing to do with this issue.
Okay, but what if you are at fault?
If you are at fault and you
should you be able to seek medical care?
If you're unaliving somebody else in a car accident, then that's vehicular homicide, is it not?
Yeah, did you consent to homicide when you drove?
If you're driving impaired or under...
Okay, but if you're just regular driving, did you consent to homicide or to be homicided?
Consent to be homicided? I'm going to drive to work, but there's...
she knew what she was getting into. She got in a car.
Okay. But that's not intentionally ending the life of another person. Even
okay,
if it
but
could happen.
I'm just saying whose responsibility is what? I'm saying...
But an abortion will 99% of the time result in an innocent human life being taken away from this planet. That is true.
Yeah, no one argues that. It's who values what and why? So are you vegan?
No.
Okay, so you obviously have like a discernment and for like what life you value and what life you don't. Like you don't mind animals being slaughtered, you eat them, they have feelings, they feel and perceive things not at the same level but pretty well. And the reason I would say I am okay with abortion up to a certain point is because the things that are being killed don't have feelings. They don't have subjective experiences. So, like, when I see a child being harmed, I know that that child is feeling something that I've felt before. I'm familiar with it. I sympathize with the feeling of pain. And I don't want that child to experience that. But when it's a fetus, when it's like an embryo, when it looks like someone just hocked a loogie into a petri dish, I don't care for these things. I don't think women should be held hostage to put 9 months of free labor and resources into that, and then shove that out of one of their orifices, the size of a bowling ball.
Well, you know, and I can understand that typically when it comes to pregnancy, like it's around, and correct me if I'm wrong, around the 20 to 22 weeks is the earliest that a child could be delivered via C-section and survive outside of the womb. Because
Viability.
yeah. So, but then, you know, the National Institute of Health acknowledges that fetuses can feel pain as early as 12 weeks. So are you saying
It's not really true. They respond to stimuli. So we have no evidence showing that they have even the capacity to know what that is because their cerebral cortex is not formed until the roughly 21 to 23 weeks.
Well, it says that the neural pathways for pain perception, specifically via the thalamus and subcortical structures, are present by this stage from 12 to 15
But the cerebral
weeks.
cortex doesn't connect anything to the feelings.
Okay,
Doesn't
then
connect anything.
let's say that it's an 8-month-old, you know, fetus.
hmm
Do you have any moral contention on a child being unalived
Yes.
when they're 8 months old? Okay, and you said cutoffs. What is your cutoff? Is it the 6 weeks when the
It's around
heartbeat starts?
viability. So, pretty much Roe v. Wade. So, like, if somebody just wants to have an elective abortion at 24 weeks, something's usually going on, and it's usually just viable. So it should just be allowed to happen anyway. So I just don't see any point in legislating abortion laws. I think that we should trust women as a society. I think we all hold similar values when it comes to life. I think that some people are just more superstitious about it or just don't really know at all what their opinions are, but they've taken a hard stance on it.
Okay, well, you know, I understand that we're not necessarily going to be able to change each other's minds. And I can accept that. Like, you know, I'm not the most well-educated person on the planet, but I am comfortable enough in what I know and what I've researched to have conversations like this. And I really appreciate, number one, your interest in actually having like a, you know, good dialogue between us, even though we do disagree, because typically I get like blocked and banned and shit on. So I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to move on to the second thing, or do you want to
Yeah,
stay on abortion?
the
I'm not
second
gonna.
the second thing is I'm gonna have a very outrageous claim for this, and I guess if you're ready, I'll tell you what it is. I think that these issues that you're bringing up with trans and kids and all this stuff is fake. It's a boogeyman. They gave it to you to make you feel like we're these weird people. Nobody on the left is preaching these ideas. Not a single politician. You can't point to one. This is basically just, I believe, just a side effect of Trump's fascist movement. He spent millions of dollars trying to convince you all that we are the party of trans kids and that we're mutilating children. But the truth is, your side is more guilty than us. You've been circumcising children and indoctrinating them to think that the earth is 6,000 years old, that evolution's not true, that there was a great flood, that there's this almighty human, like, or almighty power in the sky that you can literally talk to by doing telepathy and speaking into your hands. I think that's far more outrageous than the collective science community deciding what the best way is to treat children who have gender dysphoria.
Well, personally, I don't really care what a person does once they turn 18. If they want to transition, that's fine. And I want to point out as well, when I say gender affirming care, I'm not including every single aspect of it in my own personal view. Meaning, circumcision, that's something that's separate from my own personal beliefs. The same thing is like if somebody is like has precocious puberty and they need puberty blockers, like that's different. Or
So
like boys that
what do you say about the Christians who've been circumcising people since the Dark Ages? What do you
I
say
mean,
about that? Y'all are still
I
doing that,
don't necessarily have an opinion on that. It's
but y'all
my
mutilate
main
children's
concern is that
genitals, like literally actively do it for superstitious reasons still. But you have a problem with our side just conducting science.
well, first of all, religion by its nature is not scientific because
Yeah.
like how can you measure what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so y'all are doing things to children's genitals based on
You're saying
superstition.
y'all, I'm not religious. I've said this.
Okay, but your side, Christians, the large majority of the country is doing this much bigger movement, but you think that it's right to focus on the children who, with the help of a doctor and their parents, do something. In a very rare occasion, by the way. This is not standard. This is not the way science has agreed to do it. We're not doing genital surgeries on people under 18. We don't like doing that. No one wants to do that. But the most popular thing that happens in that regard would be probably like double mastectomies for boys who just have big boobs. They're not trans or anything, but they are experiencing gender what's it called? Gender dysphoria. So like you don't have a problem with this until it feels icky to you, unless you point to a gay kid or a trans kid.
No, it's just I don't really care what somebody does when they're an adult. I just don't feel like
So who's doing things to kids? Who's doing that?
So the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles has stats out right now. They've had 265 total SMEX change patients, 165 total surgery patients, 103 total hormone and puberty blocker patients, 888 prescriptions written.
Over a course of how long?
See, and that's a good question. I don't have specifically when it has started.
Do you
but I
know?
when it has
Do you know the
stopped. Oh, just kidding.
population?
Actually, I found it. It starts in 2015.
Oh my god.
From
Okay, so do you know the
2015 until
population of
2020.
Los Angeles?
I'm sorry?
LA County's 9.5 million people. So what you're saying is, I think I roughly counted 130 people there, 140 out of 9.5 million people. You're saving 100. There's
Well,
a
you
group.
said that it's not happening.
Yeah, I know
And it
it's
is
not.
happening.
Are those underage?
Yeah, it's the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Could they be 17, 18?
I mean, 17, 18.
Could they also be born?
17, you're technically still a
There's
child.
also children born
Begins at 12.
There's children born all the time, and they're also born with like intersex characteristics and traits. So, for instance, I have a friend who was born with ovotestes. They had ovaries and their testes dropped, and their parents at birth decided, hey, this one we're just gonna make sure it sides to the air on the male side. We're gonna make it a boy, and they made that decision for them. That might be a thing you're looking at. Also, with things such as hormones, there's a thing called precocious puberty. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I've stated that several times. I understand that there are children that have precocious puberty and need puberty blockers. That's fine. I don't disagree with that. I only focus on the children that are being transitioned. I also want to say, I don't believe that a child can just walk into a doctor's office and get this procedure. I don't believe that that's happening. I mean, I know for a fact that's not happening.
Yeah.
Because children can't consent. So a parent or a guardian, whoever, has to sign off and allow them to do this. And it doesn't just happen again. You can't just like take your kid in and go get this done.
Yeah.
I understand.
So what you're doing is you're undermining the science just because you're attaching the word kid to it or something. Like, if a kid's going to kill themselves because of gender dysphoria, does it really matter? Like, is there a line you're not willing to cross? Like, I get that, but the way you're framing this is like they're transitioning kids. Like, no, we know that there's a thing. We've identified it with science that you can have gender dysphoria. And the symptom is to just fucking kill yourself. That's the symptom. So what they try to do is say, here are some ways we can alleviate that. And we're going to give you gender affirming care. And if it's such an extreme case where they just feel so much discomfort, maybe they have huge boobs and it's a female, and they want those boobs gone. I don't know. I feel like if it's such a big, huge case, and the doctor and the parents all make a decision over the course of years, I don't think we need your help getting in the way and saying no, that you shouldn't do that because in my head, it's a baby child doing this or something. I don't know. I don't think that they need your help. I think that you should just let people practice science. I don't have any other beliefs around it.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand how you can justify a child going through this and
I
then like
you
allowing
do
the
it.
doctor then to receive all the money for this procedure, the money from the scripts that are written about it. I understand that as of like right now in this moment, like from January until now, I can't imagine there's been a ton of these being done. I just don't understand how, the one of the first things you said was like, oh, well, there's like 9.5 million people that live there, and you're only going to talk about like the couple hundred. Well, I think,
Mhm.
in my opinion, the couple hundred still matters. Like
Do you know what the
every
regret rate
child should.
is?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what the regret rate is?
The regret, like people that regretted their like detransitioners.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
So I'm gonna put this in perspective. The regret rate for knee surgery is like just about under half.
A knee surgery.
Mm-hmm. Heart surgery,
But what does
I
that
think at
have to do
20%.
with?
This is a thing, right? This is a thing that we use in medicine to treat people, and you just see this so differently than anything else. When I just look at it just like knee surgery, I look at it just like anything else. The regret rate is 2%. You're running interference for 2% of these people and stopping 98% of them from getting the help they need.
Well, I just don't believe that. One of the sources I'm looking at literally says this study confirms that surgical interventions for trans youth are rare, but during the 4-year span of this current study, almost 4,000 people ages 12 to 18 received gender affirming surgery.
Okay?
The vast majority, over 3,200 of those, were breast or chest surgeries.
Yeah, double
But in 4
mastectomies.
years, 405 youths were like
Yeah, it's just
outside of
double
that.
mastectomies. So it's like it's almost nothing. You're doing this. This isn't even a left position. This is not a position of the left. This is something Trump gave you to worry about and argue about. Like if the science changes, the left goes, oh, well, that's the new thing we do. We're not really just like trying to frame this and get an emotional response at everybody, but the children and all that shit, because you guys literally the right literally brainwashes children. At youth, they literally cut their genitals at youth. You don't care about that. That's happening on a much larger scale. You're just pointing at this because Trump gave it to you.
You believe that these surgeries on these children are okay?
Yeah, I don't think that this is not a view of the left. This is just a world view. This is just people going, yeah, we're practicing science. We're still doing science, right? That's all we're doing.
Well, then what is a woman, Pickles?
I love this question, and I want you to realize how complex this question is. And I want to ask you a question first. Do you believe that gender is a social construct?
Sure.
So, what is a social construct? What does that mean to you?
That it's formed by society and the vast majority of people, like over a certain amount of time.
Or just, yeah, like regionally, like societally. So, like, if I say, what is a woman 30, 50, 600 years ago, it would be different. The criteria would be different. If I did it 600 years ago, if I was Jewish, I would say there are 6 genders. And what you're trying to do here is say that liberals are weird and crazy because we know how complex this question is, and conservatives just don't.
I never accused you or anyone of being weird or crazy.
This is the framing that Trump has done. Like, what is a woman? They did this to Ketanji Brown Jackson. They do this in every debate now. And they try to downplay the idea that this is an easy question, and it's not. And I like the way Destiny put it. It's like saying...
It is easy.
I'm sorry?
It is easy.
Okay, but this is like saying, give me a definition for tables that doesn't also have a definition for chairs? Go ahead. Give me a definition for tables.
A table is a place where you sit at. It has legs and it's flat, so you can do work, you can eat, you can.
But I could show you a chair that does that exact same thing. So now you've just talked about a chair. You're crazy, and this is why the left is going to win.
Well, the left already lost.
Okay, I know. I'm mocking
who's
you.
President right now?
I'm mocking you.
You're mocking me? I love
Yes.
it. That's a typical leftist thing to do.
I'm
anyway.
illustrating to you what y'all are doing.
I don't think that it's fair, though, to say that a table, like, definitionally is at the same complexity as a woman is.
Yeah, I know.
It's an
So it's
adult
even
human
more
female.
complex. A woman. Yeah.
Adult human female.
Okay. Well, I just say a woman is somebody who's subconsciously female.
So then, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, like, can a male identify as a woman pre-transition?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump came out tomorrow that he's trans, you would accept that he's the first woman president?
The thing we look for is
Yes or no?
persistence, consistency, and insistence. So
That's
just
not what
like
you said,
you,
though. I just
I know-
asked you.
I know. No, I would.
So, but when I asked you, can a biological male identify as a woman pre-transition? You said yes.
Yes, I know.
I said, okay, well,
This
what
is
about
all
Donald Trump?
still
And you go, no.
pre-transition. All of these things are pre-transition. It's not that somebody becomes trans. Trans is a way you can be born trans. You're just because you don't. Trans is not the process of transitioning. Trans just means on the other side. That's what that word means.
Right. And I said pre-transition, can they identify as a woman? And you
Yes,
said
yes. Every single trans person does. Yes, every
Okay,
single.
but then you
Even
would
during,
accept them as
even
literally a woman
3
then. Because
years
if that was the
into.
case, then you would accept that Donald Trump is the first woman president.
No,
But you're
because
like, oh, not for him. Everybody
okay.
else can do it.
Here's the thing. People who actually believe it, yes. The day that they come out and say, yes, you should believe them. But if Trump came out tomorrow and said he was gay, I wouldn't believe him. Does that make me a trans or gay, homophobic? No. Does that make you homophobic? Because you obviously wouldn't believe it either. You'd say, no. This is a thing that we take seriously. And if you're trying to mock people just because it's only something that you can see when they say it, doesn't mean it's invalid. It's not true. People actually can see this. And if you look into the study called the Mosaic Brain, you can see that we have a thing called brain sex, and that you could be born in a certain way where your brain is more neurotypically aligned. You have neurotypical delineations that you align with that certain gender. So if you're a male, you could have brain sex of a female, just like you could be a male and born with female genitals or female hands or not very hair, like all these things. You understand?
Then why do people that are transition?
To live their truth.
Like,
to
if the genitals they currently have don't affirm their gender, then why does cutting them off and replacing them affirm it?
So this is not. You don't have to cut off your genitals. Very small portion of people cut off the genitals. That is something that is a private thing that they probably they just prefer as a personal preference. But when we talk about this is mostly social. It's social. Painting your fingernails, changing your name, wearing different clothes. That is 1,000% of the time life-saving.
That's just passability. That has nothing to do with, like. Well,
it's the way
I
that
guess
society
that would fall into
perceives
the
you.
Social construct, which you said.
Yes, it's
So
the way
I can
society
understand
sees
that.
you. Yeah.
Well, what about Katie Grass? Did you hear what
Who's
happened
that?
to her? It's a woman who's she's female, but very mask presenting because she's a lesbian, has a short haircut and whatever. And like she was trying to go into the women's restroom, and these two men just like beat the fuck out of her because they didn't want a man going into a woman's space.
Yeah, that's the
So-
culture y'all have started.
But that's not the culture that I'm referencing, though, because I don't think that that's okay. That tells you that your view of passability doesn't apply.
Yeah, I know.
Because that
The
is a female that doesn't look anything like female.
in
and
2016,
victimized.
Trump came out and said that if Caitlyn Jenner were to come to Trump Tower, she would be able to use whatever bathroom she wants, and that there's no issues. There's no issues with trans people coming into bathrooms and hurting people. It's not happening at a rate over representing trans people. So, because of course there's always going to be a bad actor, right? We're a nation of 350 million people. There is going to be a trans person that does a bad thing. There's also going to be a ton of white people, black people, straight people, bi people, whatever, doing these same things. Until they're overrepresented, we need to stop doing this and scaring the public and othering people like trans people, because the truth is they're 4 times more likely to be assaulted in a bathroom. They are. And when you guys start talking about this in the news, and when politicians start throwing trans shit around in bathrooms, straight or gay, whatever, cis women are getting harmed and being pushed out of bathrooms. When if we all came together and said, listen, stop, this is not okay, to other these people, it would come, the violence would come down. It's just a matter of y'all bringing the tone down. It would go back to normal.
But you do admit that there are cases in which trans people victimize cisgender people.
Yes, but it's not happening at a rate. We need to make a law that affects the whole country.
Okay, so you just don't believe in like sex segregated bathrooms then?
There's entire countries that have gender neutral bathrooms and there's no issues.
But that's not what I'm asking you. Like, you believe that we should have sex segregated bathrooms?
I don't really care either way. No, I don't care.
You don't. I misspoke. You don't believe that we should have segregated bathrooms?
You realize the women's bathroom, it's just a bunch of stalls, right? It's like they're all closed off. You just share a sink.
Okay. What does that have to do, though, with what I asked you?
No one knows what genitals everybody has in bathrooms.
I'm not asking to check everyone's genitals. I'm just asking.
What's the enforcement mechanism for whatever law you're about to propose?
What do you mean what law I'm about to propose?
What do you suggest we do? Segregating sexes in bathrooms. What should we do as an enforcement mechanism?
Well, I know a lot of people advocate for like third spaces. And most of the time there are like
separate but equal.
I'm sorry?
Separate but equal?
Well, some people believe that.
You recognize that saying?
No. I don't believe that. Like, we should just have third spaces, mostly because how would that be feasible, right? That means that we would have to spend all this money creating a new
It's a money thing?
That's part of it.
No.
In my opinion,
the whole thing is othering a type of person in society. By the way, less than 1%. This is the same people who wanted black people to have their own water fountains now want trans people to have their own bathrooms.
That's completely different.
It's completely the same. They actually yelled about it. How are we ever go to the same bathroom as these black people? They talk about women, black women being like animals. They did the exact same thing.
Okay. Well, and I'll admit that I'm sure there's been times where I've gone into a public restroom in the women's room that there's been transgender people in there, and there haven't been major issues or anything like that.
I bet that you've done it 100 times more than you think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I live in Orlando, so I go to Disney World all the time. I'm sure that there's been, well, we know for a fact Lily Tino has, but thank God I haven't come across them. So I don't, because that person is vehemently unpassable, like on purpose, like mocking the trans community. I don't think that that's fair.
Yeah, I think that we should.
Oh, okay, I should sacrifice my own comfortability to enter a space where a non-passing male can just like come in and so
the thing you just said is causing violence towards cis women. The thing you just said.
I wasn't really necessarily wanting to bring this up, but because we're on the topic, I guess I'll mention it. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'd like to point out that last year I was leaving a movie theater and I was raped by a trans woman. And there's a police report. There's, obviously like my own testimony and things like that. This person has yet to be arrested for it. And I know there's 2 things that are going to happen when I mention this. The first is going to be like, oh, you can't allow one experience to thwart your opinion for the entire community.
Right.
Or I get told, well, that wasn't really a trans woman then. That was just a cross-dresser.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry this happened to you, by the way. It sounds very tragic. It shouldn't happen to anybody. But I think whether they're trans or not has no weight on this, because there's not a trend of trans people doing this. So it's just as relevant as whatever color shirt they were wearing or whatever shoes they were wearing. Until we find a pattern, it's not worth mentioning, because all you're doing is harming that community by saying that.
Well, when we blur the boundaries of bathrooms, then we are letting women being put at risk.
But you said it was in a movie theater. Should we stop them from going into movie theaters?
I think we should have them go into the bathroom that they were biologically assigned to at birth.
Again,
This isn't a hard concept. Like,
yeah, I know it
this
doesn't
was
do
around
anything.
for,
It's not doing anything.
like hundreds of years. Like, it's just wild to me that we're still like arguing about this.
Yeah, I
Like,
know. And we were done with it, and Trump decided we were done with it until he found out that you guys have this reaction to this topic, and he recycled it.
Well, again, I don't really care what somebody does when they're an adult. Back to the reason why I voted for Trump, we shouldn't be putting kids through this.
Okay, nobody's doing that. Nobody's passed extra legislation to do it. Nobody's chanting, let's do this. This is just us following science. And by the way, I've had to learn more about this after y'all made these allegations than before. I've had to learn all of this stuff to protect the trans community from being slandered constantly by your president, to make most communities, even more bathrooms, more unsafe for trans people, by the way, because of the situation you just said and many other situations. It's just really sad. It's really sad that you guys think that it's a left side thing. Like, if the science says that it helps people, I don't have any extra beliefs around it. Let's do that. Let's practice science. This is the best way to save someone's life. I don't have to keep pointing at the fact that they're kids. And also, you know that the data you just brought me were a bunch of cis kids with giant boobs who, I agree, 100% of the time should get double mastectomies. I think it's just fine.
Okay, so like, you're not going to accept any of the sources that I've been trying to provide.
I accept
You're
your
not
source.
interested-
It's an internal critique. That source that you provided me was numbers of kids getting double mastectomies.
Okay, it didn't say that specifically that that's what it was for.
It said it was mostly. That's what you read.
Would they need a double mastectomy as a part of their transition, or to just stop them from being perceived
A
female?
cis boy could be in high school. He could be not even chubby and just have big boobs. Just have big boobs and get made fun of, get stomped on, be exiled from friend groups, from cliques. You imagine the social pressures of being in high school and maybe having something like that someone could pick on you for. I am 100%. That is what trans people
That's
feel.
definitely something that I would consider to be valid. He's not transitioning. He just
Okay,
wants to-
then you consider the other thing valid too, unless you're just a bigot, because that's how they feel. The same exact feeling that kid is experiencing when he has big boobs is exactly what trans kids feel.
Okay. I mean, I want to make sure that it's very clear that I'm not saying that, I hate kids and Donald Trump is infallible and whatever. And I'm also willing to admit that when I'm wrong. So the point that you brought up about how that's like the same way they feel, I can understand that, because at the end of the day, I mean, I don't really know how many kids are unaliving themselves
A lot.
because that they're trans.
75% of the trans community have suicidal ideation.
Before or after transition, or just in general?
Before. It's halved after. After they get gender affirming care, it's halved. More than half.
75%. And then how many trans youth are there in our country?
Whatever. I think the last time I checked, last year, 3,200 kids were diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Not that many. Way less than 0.000001%.
Okay. I mean, I know we're probably not going to be able to fully change each other's minds, but at this point, I guess it is what it is, and I'll continue to research and everything. But yeah, I mean, my main reason for voting for Trump was because he does protect women and children.
He grabs them by the pussy. He has started.
Like, I'm so confused.
He has started anti-woman, very misogynist culture in this country. I have kids
Like
coming up
what?
all day. Have you heard of the Red Pill movement?
No.
Okay, well, kids all around in the right-wing movement are focusing on this thing called looks maxing, They are screaming your body, my choice. The right wingers vehemently
What?
believe that women, if you're religious, especially, that they are a class below men, right? They're not allowed to speak in church. They're not allowed to vote. If you ask a bunch of Trump's administration, like, it was a bad thing that they all got to vote. Like, we had to fight for women to get credit scores. The left did. I don't think that there's any semblance of the right empowering or protecting women. I think that Trump has revived rape culture and made it very popular, calling the person he grabbed by the pussy horseface, not the chosen one, getting these vile children to get really jacked up on those feelings and feel that way towards women. And you can see it. There's a huge male loneliness crisis going on right now, and it's because this is the popular opinion towards women, and women want nothing to do with it.
Like, okay, I heard you say that. I'm looking up the red pill thing. What did you? It's a red pill. What? Like, what can I look up?
Google what the red pill movement is.
Listen, I want to have a good faith conversation, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit that. I want to research these things.
Look, do you know who Andrew Tate is?
Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Andrew Tate and his brother were living in Romania. They're from, I believe they grew up like in Chicago or something for a while, but they're from Europe. He's like this guy, like, works out. He has a YouTube channel. He's always talking he has a very young audience. He talks to them about being a high quality man, and he has very misogynist views on women. Yeah.
Okay, I'm on his like own thing.
Yeah, so that guy's wanted in Romania for sex trafficking women. Trump pardoned him, or brought him to Florida, got him out of Romania in prison, did him a huge solid. Love it. That guy openly admitted.
Is a male supremacist social media influencer who rose to prominence in summer 2022 after his most controversial clips went viral on social media. He preaches that women are men's property and are fundamentally inferior to men. And then he's currently facing charges for rape and human trafficking in Romania. He is the, quote, alpha male, end quote, influencer.
Yeah.
Transphobia, toxic presentation of masculinity.
This is the thing. This is the pack of kids that follow Trump. This is the Trump ideology. All of these kids talk and think the same way Andrew Tate does. Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of them. There's a huge influence sphere of people just like Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That's the stuff. And then we've got Nick Fuentes, who's literally just a neo-Nazi, and I'm seeing people side with him left and right. Oh, he's so smart. He knows what he's talking about. I can't believe I'm siding with Nick Fuentes. I'm seeing it all day now. Do you like Nick Fuentes?
No.
Yeah, he's huge. He's huge on your side. This is probably. Can you point to me an influence on our outside that's as problematic as Nick Fuentes or Andrew Tate? Any of that?
Well, you recently got Candace Owens.
No, she's still your side.
No, she's not.
She's not leftist. She has no liberal ideas. She is a conspiracy theorist.
She's not welcome in my.
Okay, but she is a far-right conspiracy theorist, and that is exclusive to the right. So people who are anti-government conspiracy theorists, this is a thing that Trump cultivated through thousands of tweets, especially during his presidency, telling you to not believe the government's persecuting him, and that your political left, we just have ideas. The left, we just have ideas like universal health care, social safety nets. We don't need to champion a person. That is it's a right-wing thing, especially if you've been conditioned by religion. You're more prone and you're primed.
Well, you wanted somebody on social media that's controversial on the left side with their beliefs. How do you feel about Lily Tino?
Who?
Lily Tino?
I don't know who that is.
So he is a person who is mocking the trans community actively. Like, his videos are so disgusting and morbid and like literally just like fully stereotyping women. And he'll literally like there's videos of him like at Disney World and stuff, and he's explaining a bottom surgery with using like a corn dog, and he literally takes the breading off of the corn dog and puts ketchup in it and is like, this is
He sounds like a
whatever.
right
Like,
winger,
how
right?
does he sound like a right winger when
He's making fun
literally
of trans people.
well, he believes that he is trans, but the trans community is saying we don't, not everyone in the trans community
Oh,
hasn't said this, but a large majority of them are like, he's mocking the trans community and he can go fuck himself. Like, but he literally will
that's not a
do.
politician. Like I want to point to
He's
all
not a
the
politician. I'm not saying that he was a
all of the
politician.
things that are coming from your side are directly from the tip top and all the politicians beneath them. So all of the
So I'm
crazy
unable to form these own opinions
anti-science,
on my own.
anti-science, anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-liberal, everything, anti-First Amendment, anti-voting, all of these things come directly from the top. So if there's a trans creator out there that's doing something bad, the society deals with it, but we're stuck with the people in power, and we have to convince everybody to not vote for that person after that. If you want to talk about people with problematic, the ways they talk, the way that they offend people, I can just point you to Trump. There's not going to be a single person you can point to that's more problematic, more offensive and inflammatory than Trump in every way.
Well, I disagree with that.
Who?
But you probably won't like Kamala Harris.
What did she say that was so divisive?
Number one, she called all of Gen Z stupid. Number
No, she
two,
didn't.
she did.
She
I'll
was
pull
so.
up the clip.
I know what clip you're talking about, and what she was doing is she
So
by
when
the
she
way,
said Gen Z, they are stupid.
Yeah.
Her
Yeah,
little
so-
laugh goes.
what she was doing is she was passing legislation to give children 18 and below a second chance if they committed a felony for the first time. So if they got a drug charge, and the whole United States, by the way, adopted this after she did it because she's so fucking badass. She's talking about kids who commit crimes and they need a second chance. And she created a program that brought them to drug court once a week. It got their records expunged as long as they showed they were working and they checked in like twice a week. It got the records expunged. They got a second chance at life. That's what she was saying. So if she just says all Gen Z are stupid and there's no context, yeah, that's pretty bad. But she's talking about advocating for them and their mistakes that they make.
Well, people were specifically voting for her because she is a woman and also she's not Trump.
She's literally just qualified.
Like, I
she's
haven't
a
heard any
lawyer.
compelling argument. I actually was just watching the Trump and Harris debate a few hours ago while I was eating dinner, and literally like the entire like hour and 45 minutes, she's only focused on attacking Trump and not actually stating her own beliefs. She couldn't answer specifically. This is what made me want to throw my phone across the room. When the moderators asked her, like, you support abortion, like, would you keep Joe Biden's current policy on it or whatever, or would you support children being executed, meaning like a post-birth abortion?
That's not a
And
real thing.
she immediately was like, well, I was raised as a middle-class kid, and like went off about how like
Okay, Trump in his entire campaign trail never told us a single policy he was going to do. It was close the border and mass deportation, all this stuff. He said he was going to make things cheaper on day one, stop wars, all this. He literally just promised everything you could possibly think of to win an election. Didn't do any of it, by the way. But she was a lawyer with 27 years experience. She's worked as a DA. She's worked as a senator. She's worked as a prosecutor. She was elected to all of these positions because she performed so well at these jobs. She got elected to a higher position afterwards. She has worked in every branch of the government. Trump was a game show host who was best friends with a prolific child sex trafficker. He says the most abruptly horrible things, dividing our society every single day, that we all have to choose on whether or not after birth abortions are real. Okay? That's not a thing. So
That's
he
not
didn't
what
have
he
a single
said.
plan.
The moderator asked her that.
Okay, but again, Trump has had, if you look at his website, he was called out on that debate for not having a plan. He had no plans for economic stuff, none. It's so sad that you watch that and you think he ate. She called him out for having concepts of plans. She had an 82-page PDF of literal, actual, actionable items. He had things.
Would Donald Trump need to re-provide all of those documents when he was... And why did he win?
I mean, the same way fascism wins. I don't know. Fascism wins.
Oh my God. Well, you mentioned the border. Are you aware that we've got a ton of people in our country that shouldn't be here?
Highly over-exaggerated by Trump on a daily basis to make y'all outraged. Not a single person has anything close to a semblance of like what's actually happened at the border, how many people can cross, what the laws were, what changed. No one has any idea. Trump has done his best to cause mass chaos, and I have zero confidence that Trump actually has like the border in his best interest. He doesn't know what the problem is at the border, so why would we actually expect him to fix it?
Well, do you support the people that are here illegally that are known criminals, like Kor Bozarov, and a criminal alien from Uzbekistan, wanted in his origin country for being literally a part of a terrorist organization? Jahan Safsafi provided support to the Islamic State of Iraq and ISIS, and his father is a commander of militia group in Afghanistan.
They're pulling these people out of prison, by the way. They're already in prison.
Soto, an illegal immigrant from Honduras, MS-13
Yeah, these
member.
people again.
Home country for quadruple homicide.
Again, here's the sad facts. You guys have been so radicalized on this that you don't actually know the numbers. You know individual cases that get your emotional reaction. So
what? But these are people that were convicted of crimes before they came here.
And
like this isn't a ICE is just targeting. These are people that were already convicted of crimes. And they shouldn't be welcome in our country.
Okay, and we can get those people out, I guess. Sure.
Okay.
That's not controversial. Nobody disagrees with getting criminals out.
More people in our country, regardless of what they've done, what they believe, and how they act.
That's not true. No, I prefer background checks and everybody coming in. I think we should do it fast. I think we should do it efficiently. We should streamline the absolute fuck out of it.
Would you like rapid DNA testing?
Nah. I mean,
so you're okay with?
I think it needs to be done right.
300,000 children going missing.
That's a good piece of propaganda.
It's not good. You should be like, oh my God, that's disgusting.
Yeah, I know. And that's what they hoped you would think. But the 300,000 children?
Oh, Jesus.
300,000 children? Have you ever Googled this?
Yes, I have. I have 2 sources separately pulled up on it. Plus other source
where did that number come from?
Naming all of the...
Where did that number come from? In what years?
From the statistics that they have pulled up when they made the article.
Yeah.
Look up the
yeah. So the statistics came from an ICE report.
This one is from 2024.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna spoil it for you. So 300,000 children were from years, I believe it was like 2019 to 2023, and 2 years were under Trump. And also, this is so misleading. It's not actually 300 missing children, 300K of missing children. It's 300,000 children who haven't been sent a notice to appear in court. So they're not missing. They're not like on cartons of milk. This is just something that JD Vance lied about to get you to freak out. And but more of the years under Trump than Biden, by the way, for this number. It's so sad.
You don't believe that there's any children that are brought here that were trafficked?
It's not 300,000.
You don't, in any capacity?
No, I think that Trump answering this with kidnapping children and sending them other places is not the way to do it.
But that's not what I asked you.
You're sitting here crying about children missing.
Are there children that are here that were trafficked? Yes or no?
Yes, but was it Biden's fault? Is it 300,000? Okay, cool. No, so that's a huge lie. This is a huge lie. Trump gets negative 10,000 aura from me and the entire party. Huge lie. Okay? And these are not missing children. They're children that are just fine. They're just safe. They just haven't been sent a notice to appear in the mail or have been received a phone call. It's so sad.
Over 291,000 children weren't issued proper notices to appear. Over 32,000 more missed their court dates.
They're not missing.
Then where are they?
They're living their lives, and they changed addresses, and they didn't receive their notice, or it's just not time to go to court, and they're just waiting for their notice to appear. This is a fucking huge lie that JD Vance saw this. He knew the exact nature of this. His administration did, and they gave it to him anyway, so he could tell to you and lie and get your emotional reaction out of it. Don't you feel
just a year
wronged?
ago, the figure was around 85,000.
Okay, again,
significant
it could be
discrepancy.
600,000. I wouldn't give a flying fuck.
You don't care about children
Kids not receiving mail? No,
that are
I
being
don't care.
trafficked.
They're not being trafficked. These kids are not being trafficked. The person who put a system
But you
in place.
just said that you believe there are kids that are being like
Yeah,
that
and
are
it's not
trafficked
these
that are-
kids, and it's not because of Biden, and it's not has nothing to do with this. They lied to you.
I disagree.
How do you disagree? The fact check you're reading right now says it's false, doesn't it?
Well, there's two that I found, and the first one literally says the Biden-Harris administration's failure to track thousands of vulnerable migrant children is unacceptable. And it literally says almost 300,000 have essentially vanished.
And then you read exactly what that means. So whoever wrote that article is lying. Who wrote that?
This is from the same person.
JD Vance.
Mm-mm.
Who?
The guy in Texas,
Okay.
Michael Cloud, United States Congressman.
Yeah, he's a lying piece of shit politician. So you just read
How
the
do you
fact
know,
check.
though?
Because I just read the fact check. We need to do. All right, I'm going to show you how to be a liberal. Okay, this is what you do. Fact check 300K missing children.
Right, but like I also don't have my sources pulled up. Show me how to be a liberal. I get it.
Here you
It's
go.
fine.
The claim that 300,000 missing children are missing in the United States is misleading and lacks context,
That's
according
an
to the
AI
fact
overview.
checkers. I know, but it's from AI. It's from fact
If I
checks.
pulled that shit up, you'd be like,
Yeah, I know. I've read multiple fact checks, actual fact checks on this. Actual
Okay.
fact checks, all right?
Where?
False, 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 false. Every single one of them say false. You see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every one of them. None of them say it's true, besides your politicians.
okay.
So you're saving nobody. You're out here fighting
Well,
ghosts.
I guess I'll concede for the 300,000. But you do admit there are children that are here that were trafficked.
Yeah, I know. And there's even more being
So we're
trafficked by
kind of
Trump.
like a stalemate then, I guess.
Not really. There's nothing that Republicans have done that have stopped this at the source. They are literally doing it themselves. It's just state sanctioned now. I don't care. I don't care what
Donald
Roe
Trump's
Wright has to
border
say.
policies haven't reduced the amount of children being trafficked.
No, he's literally picking them up, chasing them down at birthday parties himself, and trafficking them.
No, where is that? I want to see that.
You want to see ICE arresting kids at a birthday party?
You said Trump was doing it.
You know what I'm saying.
I legitimately was picturing in my head Donald Trump running into
Okay,
a
you and I both know he's having ICE do this. Your solution to these
Okay.
poor people being sex trafficked
Are
is
they
to kidnap
supposed to
them.
be here?
Hold on. You want to save these sex traffic victims, and as soon as I point out that Trump's harming them, you're like, oh, well, they need punishment. You flipped sides
But then-
immediately.
But what are we supposed to do about all these people? Like all these people that are committing terrible crimes.
They're already
that were
locked
from
up,
their
by
home
the way.
countries at
All of
first.
those people were already locked up. You poor thing.
This is January from 2026.
Yeah, and they picked those people out of jail.
Are you upset that they're not
They picked
here
them up
now?
out of jail.
Fitting place for an illegal immigrant. What are you talking about?
They picked them
They're
up out of
already here-
jail.
First of all, they're already here illegally. So by definition, yes, they are criminals. But these are the people as well that we're focusing on because they have
They have almost
in their
nothing.
home countries.
So 70% of the people Trump is deporting have no criminal record in either country, as opposed to
Well, they will
Obama.
have a criminal record here because they're here illegally. What do you
Again,
think
that's
we
like
should
that's
do
like
with
a
them?
speeding ticket. So the average American
A
commits.
speeding ticket.
Yes. Yeah. What?
Do you leave the front door to your house open?
Yeah, that's private property.
Okay, and so is America.
No, it's not.
So why did Biden deport people? Why did Obama deport people?
Okay. The difference is,
That they
I'm
were
gonna show
more
you.
nice about it.
well, that too. Yeah. If you don't want to run a Nazi movement, don't say Nazi things and try to get people Nazified.
Me?
No, Trump. Trump has said the most horrible, outrageous things about these people. But Trump's deportation, 70% non-criminal. Okay? Obama, 60% were criminals. Trump is finding regular, everyday people and trying to boost his numbers. He has quotas for ICE, and it's causing huge societal problems. People who are trying to adhere to the law, attending their court hearings, are being arrested. People bringing their children to fucking school. And they're going to show you all those fucking pictures of the very few people who they pulled out of prison, who were already arrested, by the way, to pretend like they're saving you from something. They're not. They're not. Last year, 29 people.
They are here illegally.
Yeah, I don't care. The people speed every day. People they do 3 felonies a day. And I would rather spend my money.
What would the punishment be then for somebody that breaks into our country?
Breaks in? It's $250. It's a $250 fine.
A $250 fine.
That's what it is. Yes, that's what it is.
So Donald Trump is just charging these people $250.
No, he's also deporting them. So he's also taking legal migrants and removing their protected status and deporting them too. Yes, he is. He's removed 500,000 people who had protective status. He removed them and now is sending them away.
No, that's not. There's no way that's happening.
Okay, well, I'm just going to have to Google that for you too.
Period. It's just sad that like nobody on your side is willing to admit, regardless of where they came from, who they are, and what they're going to do here in America, they're already here illegally.
Yeah, I know. It's depending. It's what we need to do, right? So what do you think?
You don't care about these other people that are here?
What do you mean?
That they were already in prison? You know, your tax dollars go to fund them.
Yeah, I know. And they fund our economy.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they didn't.
The undocumented migrants are such a crucial part to our economy that removing them is going to cost us hundreds of billions of dollars just in economic feedback.
So Jordanis Cobos Martinez, an illegal alien from Cuba with a rap sheet including child sex abuse, grand theft of motor vehicle, false imprisonment, carjacking, murder. He used a machete to literally behead.
All right, I can do this 17,000 times for every one that you give me. I can do 17,000 Americans that do just as heinous things.
Okay, well, they also are committing a crime and aren't welcome here. Okay. You think that we should have let Jordanis stay in America?
No, I don't think that people who break the law should stay, and that's easy. Like, people who commit heinous acts, they get arrested. They get kicked out. This is not a new idea. But the overwhelming majority of these people, it's like 14 million people.
Well, they were already arrested, so we pulled them out of jail.
Yeah, you just pulled them out of jail and sent them somewhere to look cool.
Back to their home country to look cool?
Yeah.
Why were they here in the first place?
They
Did he come to work?
A lot of them came here to work, yeah.
Did Jordanis come here to work?
I don't know, maybe. Do you want to make a law that costs us $180 billion and then $600 billion in economic backlash and to cause wages to suppress and to cause inflation and to cause jobs to be lost by U.S. citizens just because of that one case? Because there's like 1,000 other heinous crimes I can point to.
There's a ton of other people, though.
No, there's not. There's very few. There's so few. It's 29
what do you
last
mean
year.
There's so few. I'm
29
showing you. Even one isn't okay.
That's a very expensive policy. That's just a politicized person. This is propagandized.
So you're okay with that person doing that to her?
No, no one is. That person was already in jail too.
Well, he wasn't in.
Gail, thank you so much for the $40. Gail says, "Make it stop, please. Love you." Anytime, Gail. These people are so propagandized. They've been focusing on one murder for 3 years and don't realize that it's such a small portion of these people. Dan!
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, bub?
It's been a while.
Yeah, dude.
I stopped in and I heard her say something, and I really needed to bring up a point that we don't talk about enough, because with everything going on, every day is a new thing, so we forget what happened over the past year and hell over the past 10 years. So day one, in regards to the now debunked, and it seems like she accepted it, but she's probably going to keep spreading it, the debunked 300,000 missing children. You made a great point that Trump himself right now is trafficking children with ISIS policy. On top of that, okay, on day one of Donald Trump's second term, January 20th, outside of pardoning all the January 6ers, and we know how that worked out with certain people reoffending and committing crimes against children, but also on day one, he passed an executive order, something along the lines of protecting America from alien invasion. Like genuinely, that was the name of it. It might have been protecting the United States from alien invasion. And what that did, part of what that did was it diverted funds from investigators working on cybercrime, trafficking, child exploitation. And it diverted funds and agents to non-criminal violations of immigration law. So there are literally fewer investigations and fewer safeguards for child exploitation because of this massive deportation operation, which has yielded what is it? Less than is it less than 5% convicted criminals? And these are people that were already in jail anyway. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It's something that I don't hear a lot, and it triggered that memory. I even forgot to bring it up on my lives until she just said that.
Not to mention the guy that Trump pardoned, that I don't know if y'all saw, he was just convicted for sexual assault of like 2 small children.
Yep.
I mean, like, that's your people, and it's a guy Trump pardoned. Get out of here with that. Hello. Anyway, I don't know if you want to hang out or not, but it's good to see you, bub.
You too. I'll hang out for a bit if that's cool.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Mose?
All right, awesome.
Hey guys, I did vote for Trump, so I know you were asking the question if you voted for Trump and why, so wanted to call in.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
I personally voted because there's a bit of a almost like a tsunami coming in the technology space with AI, and policies around it, deregulation matters a lot more, primarily. And then obviously when it comes to the economy, coming out of a pandemic like COVID, economic policy is probably the primary driver.
Aye. Okay, so economic policy from Republicans historically has always been pretty bad for the economy. Did you know that?
Of course.
So you just want to take another swing at it?
No, when you're looking at something happening almost in the space of like a singularity, like an AI platform shift, precedence matters a lot less. And what matters a lot more is if you see a lot of the folks that were donating to the Democrats before, similar folks, let's say Biden was anti-Elon in some way. Elon was trying to have this data center build out. A lot of the folks that started donating to Trump, which obviously you can say they're personally motivated.
Yeah,
but
some
that does put
corruption.
America, of course, but that does put America and our infrastructure when it comes to AI ahead of other countries, which at the end of the day, it is a global trade economy that we operate in. And you are part of a capitalist system right now, which is enabling TikTok to pay you a revenue share, however that works. If we were in an economy where the dollars were not valued as much, in Zimbabwe, it would cost you $1 million of their currency to go buy a dozen of bananas. So at the end of the day, capitalism and a strong infrastructure does matter. And I can argue and
we're all capitalists here.
Yeah, we can nitpick about little. I mean, you can say that, but at the same time, like right now, to me, left represents socialism, push for socialism. I'm from New York. We see what Mom Donnie's doing, so I understand. Like
I think that
don't understand it economy enough to.
Yeah. I agree. I think that literally 100% of conservatives, when they call someone socialist, they have no idea what they're talking about. I doubt you could define it either. But I just think that
what?
Socialism.
Socialism essentially is a concept where people are confused for a short period of time until they run out of other people's money.
No, tell me what it actually is. Go ahead.
Yeah, socialism is a construct an ideology that we assume would work in a perfect world where the government is essentially taking resources and nationalizing on the surface, or is actually nationalizing corporations to distribute your wealth.
All right, wrong. That's completely wrong. You got F minus.
Let's hear your definition.
Yeah, socialism's where the workers own the means of production.
So, okay, now explain workers owning means of production in a social. Okay, let's talk about a transition. If today's America is converted into socialism, what does it look like?
And nobody
What's
wants to
workers?
convert this capitalist country into a socialist country, but we can absolutely put socialist policies or social safety nets in place. It doesn't turn us into the socialism that killed everybody. It's simply just a hybrid economy. The
course.
entire West
So,
does it.
I guess how I'm trying to explain is I work in venture. So one of the primary things in startups and how companies are actually built is they're owned by employees. You have employee stock option pools. Companies are built when there's no outside capital, when there's no revenue, just by employee ownership. Eventually, they can go sell it to investors. They can go take it public, and then you and I and everybody else can own it. But all companies start with sole
That's
proprietorship.
socialism,
Of course,
right?
that's
All
what I'm
right,
saying.
so
And
it's not so evil,
that's a
right?
free market.
That's not so evil. Socialism
not
can have
evil at
free
all.
market too.
Of course.
Yeah, so
And in
so
that
so this
capacity-
this big thing that you think is just going to turn into where the state owns all of the companies, that's not a thing. No one wants that. Nobody wants to work towards that. We simply want to take things like raising the effective
Okay,
tax
so
rate
if-
for
if-
very
I
rich
know you-
people and giving poor people things like busing. That is not a slippery slope. That is simply just things that actually also help the economy.
Okay,
Well,
so
just
I
quick
know you
correction.
have
There is
Google
somebody,
up.
I'm sorry,
If-
man. Just
yeah.
really quick. Just a quick correction. Pickles. There is somebody that does want that. Donald Trump had the government purchase what, 10%
Intel?
of Intel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just yeah. So
So for the, very unprecedented, they bought 10% stake in Intel. So if anybody is a communist or a socialist, it's Trump at this point.
I mean,
He's
at the same
also
time,
done the same thing with
most
medicine.
countries have sovereign wealth funds, which is a good thing.
Again,
America should have a stake in
So you
Facebook.
realize
It
this is
shouldn't
not
just
a
be
radical
No,
position.
of course, but if you actually look at, so I don't mind government having a sovereign wealth fund and investing into private companies, enabling them to operate in a free market. But what socialism actually is, if you can pull it up on Google as well, is capitalism says private individuals should essentially own businesses. Socialism says the government, or almost like a quasi-public collective
Yeah.
entity, should come in.
Is
and
there
own
an
it. I
actual-
believe only people that are capable of building companies should be part of the ownership. Somebody
Okay.
sitting on their couch eating Cheetos.
I think
should not own
that's
my company.
irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant. So I think that you, as a venture capitalist, you understand that some of these people are very problematic. Have you not met a rich person who owns businesses who's completely flawed in ways that hurts them? I think that we could easily see a company that, and these happen today, they're called co-ops. Companies who give employees a fair stake in the company, even more so with stocks and stuff. And they also let these people partake in votes in changes of these companies. And again, no socialist, there's no politician out there that is purely socialist and trying to say, hey, America needs to be socialist. Nobody is doing that. That is not Mamdani. That is not anybody. If you already enjoy things like the police department, fire department, roads, highways, schools, you're in fact just as socialist as Mamdani, except for he's just trying to say, hey, we need to fight back against these billionaires that have amassed almost all of the money in America, and the bottom 60% have the rest of it.
Okay, that's fair, right? So I do think there's some way of taxation or creative taxation you can do to fix it. But if you look at New York right now, 50% of the people pay 100% of the tax.
Okay.
In reality, the other 50% is living in some sort of a socialist economy anyways. When we say we're going to give you a free bus or we're going to give you a free whatever, in a typical economy in Canada, it's not free healthcare. Your taxes are still paying for it. So how it's getting paid, we can mask it up in a certain way. But the reality is right now we have $37 trillion in debt.
Nobody says it's free. And by the way, this saves us money, like healthcare. So every
what
time
saves
you
us
elect a Republican into office, you are exploding the debt. Every single time they get into office, they fuck up the deficit more than anybody. You can't even compare it every single time. So if you want to talk about that, we could just never elect Republicans again, and we would be able to afford so much stuff.
Of course, but
Trump
I don't
himself
think it's
is-
that long of a run. It's probably about 5-10 years. Most jobs are likely going to be displaced. In that time, we need to have systems that allow AI to have less and less regulation. Trump did end up doing that, and he is still actually doing it. From what we know internally with people,
He's
that
holding
directly were
hands with oligarchs and making people very rich and choosing favorites and enabling people like Peter Thiel, huge,
Peter
well implemented into our government, into our
I think
military.
he's an American asset. Peter. Most people don't understand it. If you understand the concept of scapegoating, right? Most people, anytime you see somebody who's just completely vilified, you need to look into it. And unless you can find actual threads where you can say, here's why they're a culprit, here's why they're a culprit,
Yeah, yeah. Do
maybe
you
they're
have any
just being
idea
scapegoated for no
what his
reason.
beliefs are, Peter Thiel?
I have a very good idea what his
You
beliefs
know who
are.
Curtis Yarvin is?
I do.
So you know that he's actually a bad person, and it's not just a scapegoat.
I know
He
he's
was
actually
hoping
not
you
a
didn't
bad
throw that
person.
pickle.
Huh?
Yeah. If he were a bad person, I would have had a probably slightly better context of it um, than most people. But from my understanding at least, he's different. I don't condone everything he does, but some of the stuff that he has done for the economy is beneficial, and I do agree that um, he's just different. He's more of an intellectual thinker, and I know he's had, like, you can say, like, he was in the Epstein files, etc. But most of the time, if you look beneath the covers, he's just more of a uh, he's a venture capitalist, but not entirely. And his focus is slightly different. And I wouldn't say that a lot of the stuff you see in the mainstream media is correct about him.
All right. I think that's thrown. I think mainstream media is the biggest boogeyman too. We have so much, like 60% of Americans get their news from social media and from creators like me or creators much bigger than me. And what these creators do is they have every reason in the world to actually find, I don't know, interesting information, report on it. Some people, like older millennial, and some people are opportunists and they want to get clicks and views. But I think the best place to find your views and information is somewhere on the internet with a forum that when you post a video and it's something like that last lady was spouting, and it claims that one administration lost 300,000 kids. It's like Wikipedia. And I believe that the truth can be found more so on a forum that is checked by its community and constantly fact-checked by third parties. And I believe that this whole thing where you think that everyone's just tricked, that to think that Trump or Peter Thiel or all these people are just bad people in the eyes of the news and mainstream media, I don't know, I think it's easily debunked. Do Peter Thiel, when you use verbiage such as people are, actually this is Curtis Yarvin, people are dictator phobic. When you espouse the idea that like a technocrat is more equipped to become like an autocratic leader, and you are holding hands with the government and doing things like he's doing right now, I don't know, man. I got a bad feeling.
So I guess I'll say from my perspective, forums are great, but the venture and technology world is fairly small, and you're typically one or two connections off most people. So information you'll get through mutuals will likely be better than forums. And um, there is a certain pro-America element in the work that he does, and that at the end of the day, if right now we can judge our intentions how we do. I've seen technology up close. I've seen the plans of how AI going to be rolled out through China, how it's going to be rolled out through Russia, and 10, 15 years from today, our families will likely be happy that America kind of took the lead and we had lenient regulations early on when the build out first started. We had larger banks and funds that were willing to fund it. Very quickly, the difference right now might be somebody can pay or not pay $20 subscription on a chat GPT or something. And maybe there's somebody in a third world country where $20 is actually very expensive. But in about 10 years, you might have a humanoid robot, and your ancestors might never have to think about humans ever having to do chores. And there might be a kid somewhere else in the world at the same time who actually has to assume that regular chores exist. So the more of the work that we need to do is how do we bring the similar technology to everybody versus how do we just fight it and we don't even have it as long as nobody else can have it. That's the worst take on it.
I get the need for AI. I don't trust Trump or Peter Thiel.
Trump will be gone by then. Peter Thiel will be dead.
Yeah, I know, but
likely,
his
right?
effects will be lasting. And I don't trust the fact that Trump has gained so much money and has gained, what is it, like mostly one CEO that does AI. Was it NVIDIA's CEO? Basically just been bringing him around the world, using him as a leverage tool to do negotiations and world peace.
Yeah.
He is literally making this
Trump
man
is
very powerful. And I think that is completely antithetical to a free market. I think that is completely antithetical to thinking that this is going to come out the other end and all the people will have the power and all the people will have universal basic income, especially not in the hands of Republicans. They will never
Not
do
in the
that.
beginning, and I do think it's a bit of a lie. All technology rollout when it happens, the distribution it'll be unevenly distributed, just like it is right now. In the beginning, even if we had a surplus, we would pay off the debt first, and people would have lost their jobs in some way. So I think the best way to do it is, and I agree, maybe we turn into a third world country in 3 years. Not a third world country, but most countries, you see developing countries, after transitions of presidents, the last president essentially getting prosecuted in some way. So maybe the next 2 to 5 years, we'll see Trump get persecuted, maybe for the meme coins or the Trump coins, et cetera, whatever he did in the crypto space. SEC comes after him, whatever. But what will still benefit us in some ways, you can just do things. You can just, if you believe that something's wrong with capitalism, instead of sitting on the sideline, join it, be a capitalist, try to see if you can fight them internally. There's a lot of right and wrong on both sides.
I think again, you're still poised the way that Republicans have primed you or conservatives have primed you that we are like anti-capitalist. Everybody in current power right now on the liberal side are capitalists, and I don't know if you've ever seen this drawn before, but this is how this is. This is communism. This is fascism. All right. Here's capitalism. Here's liberals. Here's y'all. Y'all are anti-capitalist. Y'all are controlling free trade with tariffs all over the world. You guys are bullying other countries, kidnapping presidents, invading countries for oil. You are completely the most extreme version of capitalism.
Yeah, that's like a far right version of like a Republican in some way.
No, I mean that's Trump, right?
Leading centrist. That's Trump.
That's Trump.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, not just Trump. It's Vance and it's the Peter Thiels of the world, because we're seeing the need to. I don't want to use the word spy here. I'm trying to think of a better word, but they're calling for the information on anyone on social media that speaks ill of ICE, right? And
Vance is corrupt. I agree. So I think if you look into the history, Peter Thiel actually let him go from his fund in 2016. Since then, Peter Thiel stopped actually donating to Trump campaign since 2020. There's some internal emails that were leaked between Thiel and Zuck, and Thiel essentially telling him the current form of capitalism is indeed broken. If 80% of the youth can't benefit from it in some way, they will lead to some sort of revolt. So maybe again, in the long term, we'll likely see that even though most of the focus is around Peter Thiel being the worst, people around him might be a little more confused than he is.
I do appreciate that you've now conceded that your point about Trump will be gone soon is irrelevant, because Trump's heir apparent is a millennial, and he'll be around for a long time.
But you think he'll immediately get elected?
Why are we risking it? I'm sorry. Why are we risking voting for somebody who tried to remain in power the first time through the help of his vice president? At this time, his vice president said that he would be willing to engage in what Mike Pence didn't. He would be willing to discard the Constitution to keep Trump in power. Why would we risk? Why roll the dice with our democracy for a crumb of probability towards a utopian future? Right, because that's what you're arguing. You're saying, okay, well, yes, we have to dodge.
I guess
from destroying.
So I'll try to answer your question. So, from my opinion, from at least the people that I knew that had some interface with Biden in his last years, he wasn't completely coherent enough to be making decisions. So I knew it was like a group of people that I didn't elect making decisions. Here, I knew main guy might be questionable in some way. However, the people that he can elect, or the people that are around him, like Scott Bassett, is actually very savvy when it comes to economics. And same thing with maybe Jerome Powell is good, and Trump spat between him shouldn't happen in some way. I do believe
every single person Trump surrounds himself, besides exceptions. Scott Bassett is totally. I mean, he's fine. Yale professor, whatever. He's cool.
He's great.
I think he's very problematic and be bought because he's doing this whole tariff thing, and we all know that he's doing it on a gamble. But everyone else, Pete Hegseth, wildly unqualified. Wildly.
Yeah.
Same thing with anybody else. Yeah, I mean,
Kristi Noem is unqualified.
Yeah, Kristi Noem, Linda,
of course,
Linda McMahon, Brendan Carr, all of these people. Person who runs the Navy. Every single. No.
Team.
This is not absolute perfect. Yeah. This is a 2 out of 10. So Biden's administration, I would say like a 9.5 out of 10. Trump's team,
But
2 out of 10.
how is it a 9.5? In okay, let's look at Biden administration.
Mhm.
What constitutes to your 9.5?
I think that every single piece of legislation he put forward and the team that he had doing all of these things was very well respected. Every country on earth respected them. They wrote letters when they left. I think that Trump had a 95% turnover rate. Biden, I don't even think had anything close to that. We can just see that they knew what they were doing. They didn't hire and fire people based on loyalty. Trump literally immediately came in and just gutted 50,000 jobs. Like they said they were going to do in Project
Like he had
2025.
a scientist, right, in charge of the Department of Energy. He had a medical professional, right,
A
an
person with a
expert,
doctorate in front of,
a
yeah.
person with a doctorate in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services. Now we have some Kid Rock's best friend. I don't even know how to describe RFK right now. But I really quickly before he kind of glossed over this, and I just want to point something out. You brought up Jerome Powell, which is frankly, if you ask me, the only person preventing like runaway inflation at this point, because Donald Trump was pressuring him to lower interest rates when we were not ready to do so. But you called it a spat. Just so we're clear, spat is a massive understatement. He literally forced what's the word, investigation and an indictment into Jerome Powell for what any expert that has looked at it has said is not accurate. There's nothing there, and it's simply to pressure him to either leave his seat early or lower interest rates. Absolutely insane that we're
Can you
talking about this
imagine?
like it's a normal thing.
Imagine if he did it. Imagine if he lowered interest rates like Trump has been trying to bully him into doing since his first term. Imagine if he did it before COVID. COVID's inflation would have fucking gone insane. It would have not have stopped at 9%. Right now, talk about Iran, talk about oil prices, fucking skyrocketing. Do you think that lowering interest rates would be a great thing for this climate? You're a
I
venture
think
capitalist,
obviously,
right?
there's a certain point that you can't have static interest rates, right? So it has to show some fluctuation to say it's an active, healthy market, and actually, right, it has some momentum. A. B. What Scott Bissett was pushing Trump to push Jerome to do was collaborate with them on tariffs. When you are actually doing tariffs and you're using it as almost like a metric to bring in some revenue, that's actually going to have effects several quarters down. So you have to have your inflation policy, which is your interest rate policy, aligned with this to actually see some outcomes. The other thing is there is this bit of a push where people are expecting to see some immediate outcomes, and reality is the better way to do it is what Jerome is doing. But if you have tariffs into play, there is a way to collaborate a little bit more.
You
But I
can't.
do
You
agree.
can't collaborate with tariffs that are ever changing, becoming illegal, and then being reinforced and double
So I think
threatened.
what they were trying to collaborate on was that these are so if this is how you deal business dealings in real estate. So if you're from tri-state area and you have done real estate at his scale, you know most of the time he's using tariffs to bully these other countries. It's just as a lever.
I
So it's
don't
not like
care.
you
I
need to
don't
go
care
build a
what the
policy
purpose
around it
is.
yet.
It doesn't
But at
matter.
the end of the day, do you care? Like, are you pro-U.S. economy in some way or not? There were countries that were charging us
You're just
20% tariff,
excusing the
and you're
fact.
charging them 5% tariff.
Okay, that's not even true. And I don't think you understand tariffs either. So when
Okay, do you want to explain?
yeah, so when China charges us a tariff, who pays that?
Who pays that?
Yeah.
Or essentially you end up paying it.
Oh no, you're in venture capitalism, bro. No.
Okay, so you explain. Who do you think pays for it?
A tariff is a
If
tax on
China-
us. So
That's
when
what I'm
Trump when Trump puts a tariff on China, for instance, this is flipping this on the other. This is flipping it the other way around. When Trump puts a tariff on China, we pay that tariff. So when
That's
China
why I
puts a
said
tariff
you
on
pay the
us,
tax.
so when China puts a tariff on us, China pays the tariff. They're charging it. They're charging their own constituents taxes. So
Dude,
you
do
feeling
not
ripped
understand
off?
why taxes is used as a lever?
I do, but I don't think you do.
I completely understand tariffs. I work with companies, I'm on their boards, where we're paying higher taxes right now on products, and I understand that we end up paying the higher tax when they put a higher tariff on an import. However, what is actually done use as a lever to do is to de-incentivize you bringing in or importing or exporting items, and instead this is supposed to be pro-local manufacturing.
Yeah, I
Right now,
know.
if you're working with the government in any way, the focus is we're de-incentivizing folks to not want to import everything. But I do think broad tariffs don't work. They need to be selective in some way.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think we need to
He's
start
using
building
them as a
microwaves in the
tool.
US.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Where I don't want to make shoes, I don't want to make
Exactly.
rubber
Yeah.
O-rings.
Yeah.
Why is Trump tariffing those? It's for Trump to play politics. It's not for good for you. It wasn't good for me. He's not protecting any industry that's going to come back. That's also not what the numbers show. Manufacturing's down. It's fucking landslide down. Jobs are down. Unemployment's up. None of it's looking good. None of it's working. So it's a double loss. So you're doing it for this reason that also doesn't work.
I mean, in my terms, it is working.
You just said you also disagree with it?
I,
And in
I
what
disagree with
terms?
the broad tariffs. I do agree some version of them were necessary. I do agree right now we are about to go through greater job loss because of AI. So bringing some manufacturing back is actually better because certain blue
But
collar
that's
jobs and certain
not what's
manufacturing jobs will
happening.
take longer.
That's
What
what
is
he
it?
says he wants to do. That's not how you do it. It's not what's happening.
It's not what's happening. That's the delay, right? So most economic policy you have has a lag until you see the effect from when it's actually put into
Sure.
effect.
Sure.
So some of that stuff we'll see. So data center build out, for example, we won't be able to see, and likely we have started to see already right now. You could say maybe there's 1 billion users, 900 million that use ChatGPT or some sort of an LLM every month or every week. With the existing infrastructure we had in 2020 before we started this build out, that was not something we were able to actually upkeep. So some of that build out infrastructure we were seeing, again, we'll start to see the economic benefit down the line, not immediately. Do I agree with the broad tax policy? No. But do I believe that some amount of it is necessary because we are looking at a $37 trillion debt? Yeah.
Okay. So Trump himself caused at least 12 to 15 of that 37 trillion. Trump himself. So if he's coming in to save us from the problem he caused, why are we doing that?
I think again, it's a very zero-sum game. So if I'm sitting playing poker, I got 2 cards dealt. My 2 cards were Kamala, Trump, right? And now I'm looking at what's pro AI, and I then know that Biden and the last administration was even so. So at the same time, if you want to tax the billionaires, there's a certain
Biden,
way of doing it. If
you know
you
what
go to
the
hospitals,
do you know
yeah,
what the tax and do you know what the Chips and Science Act is?
of course, I work with NSF.
So
Of course, that was great.
so
I
he
think
was
Chips
he
and
was
Science Act
pro
perfect.
AI. He was pro chips.
He was pro AI, pro chips. He wanted to essentially tax the billionaires by being anti-billionaires. The reality is now we have conflated their egos to a point that if you want to tax them, you have to to a certain point work with them. If you just tax them in a way that California is trying to do, they just leave. And if you tax them in the
It's
way New York is trying to do, they end up leaving and they go to states like
I
Florida.
I get that. I get that. And the thing is, it's just cheap because Florida and Texas and all of these other states, they wildly rely on the rest of the country to pay their bills while they lower their own taxes to suck in businesses from California.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just Republicans doing horrible economic policies and luring companies, despite knowing that they're eventually going to have to raise them if they want to have a solvent budget. And they don't have any plans. Republicans don't care about the budget.
But
They're so
still
bad
better
about the
than
budget.
it's still better than what California is doing with tech companies, right? We've already seen $1 trillion wealth leave.
I still say that California is it's the economic temple of the country, and for them to responsibly tax people, because by the way, they're having to pay
How
the
is that
entire
responsible?
country. They have to pay the entire country's taxes as well. All of the red
But how do
states
you
that
pay
can't
the
pay their own
taxes on
bills.
unrealized capital gains?
I don't know. How are you going to tax people who never take a salary? How are you going to tax them?
But in some way, if you again same broad stroke logic
gonna
of tariffs, if we're using the broad stroke logic in California, there are some people that use it as a shield. We get it. But right now, there's other founders that have a company that's worth 80 million on paper, but it's not going to sell for 10 years. It might very well go to zero or being asked to pay taxes. Where at
um,
a company which is private, they can't even sell because there's only 4 investors.
really quick, you brought up unrealized gains. Are you referring to the policy that was proposed by the Biden campaign?
Correct. And right now in California, that's what they're proposing for the billionaire tax that they're trying to go for, which
Okay.
led the recent exodus of the wealth out of San
So
Francisco.
I want to show you a map. I want to show you a map, and this is what Republicans constantly do. They're the well-fed children of this country. This is a map of all those red states. These are countries that they take more from the federal government than they give. So California, for every dollar they send, they get 88 cents back. For every dollar Georgia sends, or any other, Mississippi or whoever else you point at that's just red, and the only lever they have in politics is to lower taxes, because that's all conservatives do. They just keep going more and more poor. So California has to pay for that. California has to go in. Democratic strongholds, Democratic counties pay for 70% of this country's GDP. And it's just sad for Republicans to come in and be like, you can't keep raising taxes on these people. They're going to run. Well, yeah, because of the things y'all do. Because of what y'all do.
Vermont and Maine are both Democratic, right? They're receiving more than they're sending back. Florida is Republican.
Yeah.
It's paying some more than it's receiving.
Yeah, I know. But
So it
look
seems
at
like
it,
so there's some
half,
bad apples on
half
both
of these
sides,
have
and then there's
changed.
generalization.
Half of these have also changed because of Trump policy, and even for the worse. So Texas and Florida, I live in Texas. 20% of our like school budget, our Department of Education budget, was paid for federally. The thing Trump cut.
Yeah.
So all of this property taxes now have to go fill that void. Texas is fucked. Florida's fucked. Everybody's fucked. Everybody's going to be in a deficit. And then he also did in 2017, he made it to where you could not, for most states, could not subtract your state taxes from your federal taxes. So the SALT deductions,
Yeah.
you couldn't do that. So blue states had to double dip and then pay even more into those fucking red states. So
Correct, New York is essentially the blue state, and so is so again. This is coming from somebody who is paying half of everything that comes in tax, and I understand that at the same time there is a certain way of fixing that tax policy. But the way we're going about it is actually trying to say like, okay, let's punish everybody equally that makes over X. So now Elon has to essentially pay the same thing that I end up having to pay in some way, which is a very wild concept. If we're trying to say free market works, we want everybody to make it, but we're going to assume everybody's a billionaire if you make over X dollars.
Nobody stops in their tracks during like being an entrepreneur and going, you know what? The tax level just raised from 20 to 35% for corporations. I'm not going to pursue my dream. I'm not going to get rich because that's just too much in the end. Nobody's doing that.
But you guys do realize, like, at the end of the day, who actually gets squeezed is, let's say if you came to me with a startup and I somehow was able to go out and convince investors to put money into the fund, and I invested into you. At the end of the day, the 35% corporate tax sits with you and I and the founders and the early investors. The big corporate investors that come in, they sit on top of the convertible note and they get the money the first anyways. So when we're actually trying to impose some of this stuff, it gets fallen onto that single sole entrepreneur, small teams for people that's just trying to build something to get some revenue out of it.
I have to jump in on this. I'm sorry. When you talk about like small entrepreneurs, they don't pay a corporate tax until they hit a certain size.
So right now they're saying unrealized
They
corporate.
pass through.
Yeah. So if you're a private startup, you could be raising at $100 million valuation, but your company might be making $5 million a year.
Yeah, I know, but still,
he wants us to play violins for them. I'm sorry.
So that is the only perfect scenario, right? Because it has to be over. The proposed ideas were over 100 million.
This is very common.
No, I'm just saying it have to be over 100 million.
No. The right now they're saying you have to pay taxes on unrealized gains. So meaning, let's say if
on what threshold? All of them?
100 million. Yeah.
Over 100 million. Yeah,
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Valuation, not that you're worth close. More than likely, if your company is at 100 million, your average salary is about 150K a year.
I know.
Unrealized gains on the individuals or the corporations? You're getting it mixed up.
Individual's equity stake. So most times, if your individual equity stake is at X dollars, right? So you could own 80% of the company, you might sold 20% of it. You're just an idea on a paper. You have some early revenue. You're just maybe Series A. You've raised some equity, some capital, and maybe you raised $20 million at $100 million valuation. You're putting the $20 million to work. You have a team of 15 people. You're considered an 80% owner, and at that point, you're expected to pay taxes, but you can't really sell that equity yet because it might be worth nothing in 5 years.
Yeah, I think that I think maybe we could add like a timeline to this. I don't know if that creates another loophole.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, rich people, you know exactly how they get away with not paying any taxes, and they just take loans with their stock as collateral. And we can't have that anymore. So for all of those poor startup companies who might get choked to death by some taxes on gains,
which is majority of them.
there's I don't
Minority of
think
them are the Elons. Majority of them
no,
are.
You know what?
the majority
I
of them are
dismiss
actually
that.
way smaller.
Yeah,
Majority of them
I
are
push back.
way smaller.
A majority are not worth 100 million.
Just
At
the
any
No,
ones
I'm
you've
saying,
heard
but
of.
majority. So let's say if you're building a company that's worth 20 million today, you're more than likely your North Star is, hey, we're going to raise 2-3 more rounds. We want to. So in most like in venture, if your company is going to have a less than $100 million market, you're not good enough to be in venture. Most likely, you're building a small business or a lifestyle business.
Okay,
in some way.
then the people who aren't interested in venture, then we're good.
But in reality,
That's the majority
right
of
now,
them.
the only way you can actually have a foothold against these AI foundational models that are coming out is if you start to build infrastructure that is not a mom and pop shop. Otherwise, you will be rickrolled pretty quickly. Most of those small offices, small teams, likely
So
will be pretty redundant.
what you're
soon.
saying is jobs are going away. People are losing their jobs. We're also not able to tax the rich. But if we tax the rich, they're also the ones creating the things that are taking away people's jobs.
No,
And it
what
would
I'm saying
stop
is right
them.
now we're trying to say, hey, let's try to bring policy that will stop happening from what has already happened. Instead of saying right now, we actually need to enable the folks that are about to lose their jobs so they are incentivized to be entrepreneurs and build certain infrastructure and companies for themselves. And we can come up with better policy to go after the billionaires, which is if you go to hospitals and you see why hospitals work, if you go to universities, most of your libraries, school halls, and stuff is actually named after rich people. I don't give a fuck whose library is named after, right? But at the end of the day, if my college is able to convince some rich couple to give them $100 million, great, slammer the name wherever you have to plaster it. Eventually, it'll get changed. Somebody else will put their name. That's how hospitals work too. So you have to work with these billionaires, not vilify them, and actually make them feel like they're doing some great thing, and actually get the resources we want out of them. Otherwise, they will go to these states where we can't control them in some way, or eventually leave the country to go to places where if they have all agentic employees, they might not need our American employees as much, and then we'll have a lot less power over taxes.
I literally don't care to be nice to billionaires and all that stuff. They've already
Not
pretty
all of
much
them are
taken control of our democratic process. They've taken control. They've rigged the system against everybody. We should all be
How?
constantly mad that they've amassed the majority of wealth in this country. What is it, like fucking 100 people?
So if your brother became a billion, so let's say if your brother made tomorrow he went out and made a competitor to these capitalist big machine-like entities that work with the government, right? And his company first raises 10 million, 20, 100. Now he's a billionaire. He's actually doing amazing work. He's helping people. There's a lot of billionaires that actually do well. Do you think he's an evil person automatically?
So
It's actually the wealth.
I would immediately think he was an evil person if he wasn't doing things to better the country. If he didn't vote Democrat, I would immediately think he was a piece of shit.
But what if it's on paper? What if it's paper wealth and he knows it's almost like Robin Hood, right?
Yeah, I don't
Hood went out
care.
and robbed people to make it better.
I
For
don't
other
care.
people. Yeah. So you don't care. You rather vote in a way which ruins it for everybody versus vote in a way which can maybe preserve it for your kids and
No,
still
there's
have
no
a similar economy that you do.
there's no case in which the Republicans are doing things better than for the economy in any way, shape, or form. Besides you alluding to the unverifiable fact that they are better for AI than Democrats.
I'll verify right now. If there's a guy named Mark Andreessen who runs the largest venture fund called Andreessen Horowitz. He's on recorded calls. There's meetings. There's videos. You can look it up on YouTube where he talks about having one-on-one meetings with the Biden administration and being told verbatim, that once we get voted in 2020 and as we stay, what is the plan with AI companies? They also run accelerators, and as an early startup or a venture fund, you not only just invest into companies, you actually help them build companies, help them grow, early obstacles, etc. And they were told that any AI company is not something the venture fund should invest into or any public entity should invest into. They're going to nationalize all AI companies that will be entirely controlled by the government. I even think that Dario, Anthropic CEO, taking a stand against Hegseth and Trump is good, to say we don't want even Pentagon to have complete control over this technology in a certain way. I do believe citizen ownership, not taxing business owners, but also people building technologies like this and giving them freedom and deregulation where it's actually technology in the best use case for the general public, not this surveillance machine controlled by some sort of a government, is a good idea. And both of them were pushing for this nationalized AI in some way. But Trump was far more lenient. Why? Because obviously he's getting money and they're donating, etc. But we know historically he can be bribed in some way pretty easily.
Yeah.
And Meta and all these folks sat next to him and donated and told him, you're just
And
going
now
to
that they
comply.
have
We're
all
just
of our
going to.
information, like,
I mean, they were going to have it inevitably, right? You're on TikTok,
all
they have
right,
your
dog.
information anyways.
No,
Oh
they have our
yeah, well,
socials. No,
They,
absolutely not.
they already had it.
They
They
have our
already had it.
no, they don't.
You're telling me in 2021, after the election, they got your social? They didn't have it before?
No,
the social
Palantir
media.
has been working with the U.S. government since 2008.
they did not have my social.
Okay, fair. So Capital One had your social, Chase had your social,
Mhm.
but the
And there
government
are
did not
laws
have.
around them sharing that, right?
Of course,
Yeah.
but if you've seen the UI for Palantir, what do you think it does?
The UI for Palantir?
Like if you log into, if you're, let's say, Pentagon account or FBI, and if you log into your Palantir account in 2008 or 2010, what is it is actually promising and trying to do?
I don't know. What does it do?
That's what it's actually trying to do. This cross connection of databases, right? Your social will be tied to your driver's license, which will be tied to your immigration, which will be tied
Mhm.
to X. So that's
Yeah,
one part of it. The other one is, yeah,
I don't
that's
like
been there.
the party of small government is the one greenlighting this, especially like the most unethical man that walks the earth, Trump. Is the one overseeing this. I just don't feel like this is. I'm not sold
But
on
Palantir
it.
is publicly traded. You
I
can own it, I can own it.
I also just know that besides all of this happening, the economic fallout of things like mass deportation, from his tariffs, from all of these things, it's not even going to make any difference. Also, Trump, just generally, the way he's running the country doesn't make any of this okay. The way he's dividing the country, AI or not, I just still don't think this takes precedence over things like Pete Hegseth writing a whole book on whether or not he thinks going to war and using the U.S. military to kill people on the left is okay. I don't
Hegseth
feel like.
crazy.
I'm sorry.
He's crazy. He's been
Yeah.
like that.
So
Yeah.
you co-signing Trump, all of those huge things, you're co-signing that in the name of AI.
In the name of policy, which once you start to build these infrastructure models, it's not like in 2 years we can stop it. And inevitably, I knew that in about 2 years, Trump's gone, and most likely we won't have another Trump government. But at the time, we'll have all this infrastructure in place.
Most likely, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Most
All right.
likely, you're not going to backpedal on this. What do
I
you
mean, it
mean
won't.
most likely?
Dan, take this from me.
already-
I'll be right back.
No,
Thank you.
most likely in the sense of it won't be another Republican. So how you say you think that Vance might be the next president, I don't think there's any likelihood of Republicans having another term
I don't-
immediately after this one.
I don't think you understand that we're not just contending with the likelihood of a Republican winning an election. You have to add that to the likelihood of us not having of free and fair elections anymore. Like we literally saw it in 2020. We saw what happened. Trump lost the election, got his back blown out by 7 million votes, and he tried to manipulate those around him to send fake electors to the Capitol, to have his vice president pick those fake electors, remain in power. Okay, and the only thing that stopped him, right, was that we had checks and balances. We had Mike Pence that put the Constitution ahead of Donald Trump. But this time, and wasn't a surprise, okay? This was an open book test. In 2024, we knew that his vice president had said he would have went along with the fake elector plot. We knew that he was planning on firing anyone that wasn't a loyalist with his someone remind me what it's called. The type of employee, is it section Title IX employee, whatever it is. We knew that he was going to fire anyone that wasn't a loyalist. We also knew that he was going to make sure to avoid people in positions of where they're actually qualified, right? When we saw that because he was cozying up with people like Tulsi Gabbard and people like RFK in exchange. Schedule F. Thank you, everybody. All of that, and now you're seeing it in this term where they're trying to pass a law that would essentially disenfranchise millions of Americans, and you're thinking, well, yeah, but like definitely it's going to be a Democrat next term. Like, how are you willing to gamble the entire democracy over just the vibe that AI might be able to create a utopia? Because that's what you're essentially saying.
No, I'm not willing to gamble anything. So I think I live in the reality where it's a two-party system. I know how much power who holds. I know it's all cyclical. I know no one four-year government has actually done anything that cannot be reversed in some way. We've seen a lot of it be reversed, and there's certain stuff that obviously cannot be reversed, like global politics, etc. However, I do know there is no certain utopia. I know that I have to provide for myself, for people around me. I understand that I can teach other people to make better for themselves. But people that live in this world that we can just topple a government all of a sudden will most of the time. If you, I tweeted about this when I had to vote for Trump, but essentially I was saying like they'll all overpromise, they'll all underdeliver. It'll never be, hey, we voted for X. In 2 years, we'll come back to this live, and we'll have another government, and we'll have 4 years of that, and we'll all come back and say, oh my God, why is the debt still X, and why is unemployment still a thing, and why is this still happening? So most of the time, I think it's a bit of a waste of time to sometimes fall into the narrative that they're trying to sell of this broader politics, and what we need to focus on is what is going to start to build these building blocks for the future in some way. And it's almost naive to assume that we won't have some sort of this back and forth between right and left, and some random topics that they'll try to weaponize in the middle. Maybe it'll be AI in some way.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. I think that you might just have different problems from what other people might have. I think that you might be wealthy. You might just be well off and safeguarded from some of the actual problems that most of us in America are going to see with the Trump regime and what he's going to pass along with this for you to say just all can go away and can be undone. Reagan passed a bill in 1980 that is still deleted the middle class forever. Trump champions that, and he's been able to do two of them now, two of the same type of thing. He has also got NATO breaking up. He's got them, the whole world mad at him. Japan is about to fucking be in a huge crisis. The whole world's economy is about to feel this. Oil prices are about to surge. But thank God AI got to run rampant, and it's the Wild West of AI, and Trump got to oversee it. I just don't see it. I don't get it. And no, Trump has he has pushed into the guardrails, and every single chance that he could get with fighting against the Supreme Court, fighting against a stolen election, all of this stuff that you...
At MacDaddy82 super chatted $5. Trump is the greatest, prove me wrong.
All right. And he's got people like that probably know like negative 100 IQ about politics, and they're very upbeat about what they've got on their plate here with World War III.
And I think, of course, that divisive politics is never good, but that's what gets people like him
and dictators and elected. Yeah.
So it's kind of realizing face value that there is no such thing as a perfect world that I would like to see. And I understand that as an immigrant, I can go be part of capitalism and do certain things on my own if I don't sit on Twitter and try to fight with these people in some way. I can.
Wait, you're an immigrant?
Yeah.
Are you like permanent resident or
no? Legal immigrant. Came here as a kid with my parents legally.
Wait.
A citizen.
You are naturalized?
Correct. Naturalized.
I love that.
Like 71% of Silicon Valley. Yeah.
What does Trump feel about naturalized citizens? How does Trump
most
feel
of the
about
folks
them?
that hosted some of these early dinners for him, that I had some insight into, were the same folks. They were all. So I think again, he'll use anybody that he can to further his motive, which is a classic politics. We just have a very broken understanding of who a politician should be, and we have these dramatic.
Can you answer Pickles' question? He asked you what does Trump feel about naturalized citizens?
What does he personally feel like? If you look around in some of his cabinet and some of the folks that he worked with, David Sachs is South African. He seems to love Elon Musk so much. He is South African. So
that doesn't make a differance. That doesn't make a difference.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
He has a black friend. I don't care. Okay.
Yeah.
What policy has he proposed, and what measures has he proposed to prevent this invasion, as he calls it? I'll skip the diatribe. Okay,
Yeah.
he has proposed denaturalization. Okay, and his
Of kids of illegal parents. So if you're an illegal parent who came to America illegally and you gave
There's
birth,
going
which
to
has
be
been a
collateral.
loophole to have, right? Which has been a
There's
loophole
going to be
for years.
collateral. That's
Yeah,
not
but
just
but
who
it,
he's
but
taking that from. So there's going to be people like you who also lose it.
of course, right? So in some way, the most of the people that are confused about it, that's how they see it. But if in reality, if you actually look at it, how it works is if your grandparents migrated legally and since then you've been here legally and in some way they brought you in, that is completely different. So before 1932, there was no such thing as welfare immigration. Nobody's anti-immigration other than some of these folks on the right that don't understand economics, right?
Every
So
single
you do
person who
need,
voted MAGA is
yeah,
anti-immigration
not every
and
single
and
person. Maybe
and
maybe
and
80%.
belligerently so. Belligerently so.
Maybe
You're
80%, right?
absolutely
So
wrong.
there's 20% that probably understand that there is a healthy amount of immigration that's necessary. All skilled immigration is necessary. Again, when I say 71% of companies that are actually representing more than 50% of our NASDAQ market are built by immigrants, first
Yeah.
generation immigrants. So all that is a reality. What is welfare immigration is what should be stopped, which is people that come here and their main goal. So before 1932, people would come here for better opportunity. They'll start their business,
Mhm.
they'll get a job, and they'll actually provide, which is when you come into the community, you're paying taxes, you're buying a house, etc. If you come in with a sole motive, like in New York, 50% of the folks, 51% pays zero tax, that is welfare
That's not
immigration,
true.
where you come and okay,
That's not
so
true. It's not a single immigrant can escape tax. Not a single so when you go buy a piece of bread, you pay sales tax. Where does that go?
where does that go? What do you mean? What do you have food stamps? What sales tax are you paying?
How the fuck do
Uh,
you apply for food stamps as an undocumented migrant?
I'm not saying undocumented migrant.
How do you
Hey,
get it
by
as
the way,
a
undocumented migrants
migrant?
also. So undocumented migrants also get food stamps in New York.
No, they don't.
They get health benefits in New York.
So
They get their
if it's
food
a
paid for in
state
New York.
thing, it's paid for by them too. So it's all
Correct.
paid
And
for.
and I pay for state taxes,
hmm
37%,
hmm
and that pays
uh,
for it.
Can I just jump in really quick? So you gave a really a great speech from an immigrant who is providing to the economy about how we should only have immigrants who provide to the economy, and that's all great. And we
Not
can go through the
only,
numbers and explain. We can go through the numbers and show that, but immigration in general is good for the economy. Whether they're
but
these
welfare.
freeloaders like you
hmm
guys dream or what's it
100%
called,
of them.
straw man,
hmm
right? But all that aside, you do recognize that Trump's senior advisor, Stephen Miller, has floated the idea of remigration. Do you know what the term remigration means?
No, can you explain it?
Okay. Remigration is a process that is pushed by white nationalists. Okay. And it involves denaturalizing anyone that wasn't born in this country and trafficking them to countries that are not the United States.
But wouldn't that mean like they would need to have some sort of a citizenship in a country that is not the United States, or if they're citizens of nowhere else, now no country takes them, and we're
They do
deporting them?
third country deportations. Uganda, Rwanda. He's doing this already.
Of
Yeah,
course.
we're
So
already seeing
so
it.
I guess when we say that the Stephen Miller floated this idea, a lot of ideas that we see face value, but on both sides, when they're about to become policy in some way and they have to get passed through Congress, like you still have to look at the economic benefit, right? If you actually pulled out every immigrant that's legal paying tax out of the fabric of the U.S., there won't be much left from the economy, from NASDAQ, from public markets, private markets, etc.
There's not a single amount. There's not a metric that is good when you do deportations, mass deportations. There's not a single thing that happens that is good
I mean,
to
I
the
didn't say we should
economy.
do mass deportations. So again, if we're talking about deportations, I believe only illegal criminals, not just if you cross the border illegally. If we open the
That's
border,
already a
that's our
thing. So
responsibility. They're
that's
done.
already
So
the
far,
law.
it's not everything you've described, or most of the things you described, except for AI deregulation, which I don't even know what her stance on it was. But everything else, you side with Kamala over Trump. You want to deport criminals, not everybody. That's Kamala. You said you wanted small businesses to pay less tax. Kamala proposed a $15,000 tax credit for your first what is it, 5 years? I can't remember what it was.
That
It's
was
been a
50,
while, but
right?
oh, was it 50?
Yeah.
Yeah, $50,000 tax exemption for your first 5 years in business, I don't
Standard
understand
deduction.
how
Yeah.
you're
So I guess
increasing
from the
standard deduction.
perspective of how I talk about any product or any tool or any team, essentially is like the team you build is a product you build. And in some way, I'm not talking about the official team that's elected by Trump or his cabinet, but some of the people that are, he by no credit to himself, he got surrounded by, which was half of the Silicon Valley that just was fed up of Biden because they were anti-Elon and they were anti, not EVs, but they were anti-Tesla in some way. At the time, they were anti-AI.
The
At
Republican
least that
Party
was the
is
narrative.
anti-EVs this whole time. Still are, most of them.
Of course, they are, but they were in particular anti-Elon, and you have to see it's like in San Francisco. It's a very small world. Most people know each other, and if you know that main company everybody is anti, then we know that as a small startup, if they don't like Tesla, most likely they don't like anything else. And similar
I think
applies
so.
to AI.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, ex-founder of Airbnb, a lot of really credible people that are, most of them are immigrants, like David Sachs, are part of either the cabinet or in the inner circle that can influence him positively. We would have seen 10 times worse stuff if some of the people that are around him were not around him. So I looked at more of more at the fact that who will be surrounding this cabinet,
So
particularly because of the AI platform shift.
Yeah.
That's why I could not have relied on the last one, because I didn't even know who was making the decisions.
We absolutely do know Biden was making the decisions. I think that they propagandized half of America with a few clips of Biden doing this or that or gaffing and not finishing his sentences.
But so
Stop. Trump
somebody
is
personally that met
Trump is 7 times more incompetent on his best day, isn't he?
So one thing, so incompetent, we can say. Incoherent, no. And
What do
there
you
are people
mean?
like Reid Hoffman, right? That what I mean is my mom is old right now, and she is sick. So is my dad. But my mom has mental deterioration because of other illnesses, so
Okay.
she's not really there. But my dad is really there. So there is a difference between really there or not.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff, if Trump is not really there, then maybe we should say he's not responsible for the war in Iran. But I'm pretty sure he's there. He is the most active 80-year-old who wakes up and he just somehow has
Your
18 hours
criticisms
every
of
day.
Biden is silly though. So we can look at a speech from Biden from this
That's not
month.
speech. So
We can look
talking
at
about
him.
somebody who had a one-on-one meeting with the guy, came back and said we had to take 3 pauses 3 times. It was just a regular meeting about some technology, which was from Harvard being pitched to the government at the time.
Okay.
It was some technology that needed some oversight from the government.
Okay.
And he couldn't get through a 60-minute meeting, and he needed 3 pauses, not because a phone call came in, because he would just zone out. And this is a guy who's also an immigrant. This is a pro.
Okay. Again, this just sounds like a
told me the
this
story.
this is
still voted for
hearsay.
Kamala.
This is okay, and this is hearsay.
Anecdote,
Yeah.
Andy.
Yeah.
We witnessed in the past month, not even over the past election cycle. In the past month, he thought that he was president in the year 2016. He thought that there were airports in the Revolutionary War. I can keep going.
I think we should have an age limit, and neither Trump nor Biden should have been president. Before 30, you shouldn't be able to run. After 60, you should just retire.
Okay, but it's not really answering the question that Trump and Biden put in a room together, asked questions. Biden would be 100% more coherent, actually answer questions that he was asked. Trump does not answer questions. He can't stay on topic. He thinks magnets go poof underwater. He brags about passing Alzheimer tests, and
I mean, no one's saying.
I think he's profoundly stupid. So on Biden's best day, on Biden's worst day, where he's fallen asleep, half asleep, he still knows that magnets don't go poof underwater. So I expect him in between naps to make a far better decision than Trump on anything.
I think
the best part about this is really quick. The best part about this is that you don't even have to be convinced by Pickle's argument, even though I agree with it. I do agree that windmills aren't driving the whales crazy. You don't even have to be convinced by that, because fortunately for you, you didn't have to pick between Biden and Trump. You could have picked Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
But I guess you guys see some precedent for Kamala Harris that I didn't. Everything that I saw pointed me towards the fact that more than likely, the relationship building does take some time. We have to understand so again, do I think I'm capable of running for president? Maybe I don't want to deal with a Putin, and maybe I wouldn't have a good relationship with a Kim Jong-un. Maybe Kamala is a person that you might think is amazing. I love my mom. I don't think my mom should be the president in some way, because I do think some of these other egos that need to be dealt with are living in an entirely different world. You think Iranian president would have wanted to meet with a female president in any way and have a talk? This is
Bro,
geopolitics. Is
I
still a
think
world
they
where we
would
have
they would far better want to talk to her now than Trump. There's not a single country you can point to that's just failing because they have a female leader. This is just
no
very
one's saying we would just be failing. I'm saying right now we're in
misogyny.
a global
Trump
tension.
cannot be a diplomat in any level, shape, or form. He is less diplomatic than my 5-year-old brother. Like that's not a thing.
You'd be surprised if you
Kamala,
travel internationally. For some people, for some reason, the media's control over some level of brainstorming has worked, and the international population genuinely believes that Trump is like the best president to ever come into the US.
that's a bold-faced lie. We have all the polls.
If you go
There's
to UAE,
there's not a single poll that shows that.
no, not
wait,
poll. I'm
wait,
saying
wait,
on the
wait,
ground.
hold
If you
on.
actually travel and go
So
to UAE,
anecdotes.
If we're talking about UAE, if you want to talk about like states that would benefit from a Trump presidency, then yeah, sure, I can see the UAE, a state filled with billionaires that are going to get.
you guys
like,
just think everybody's a billionaire.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, poor baby. A state full of very, very rich people. Apologies.
Okay.
Is that okay for you? It's not like it matters. You don't want the billionaires to pay a fair share because all of
When
your
did I
rhetoric-
say that?
You said that
I said not everybody
you
should
said-
pay equivalent to billionaires. We're trying to just say
when did-
everybody
when did
making over
anyone-
X.
Wait, when can you tell me when anyone proposed that? Who's paying
So-
equivalent to billionaires?
So in most states, there's a cap. So let's say if you make over $1 million in Vermont, you pay the same thing somebody making $600 million is paying.
That's
Same percentage.
That's something that the Democrats would be against. What do you mean? Democrats
But it
are
has-
for
so that's
progressive taxation. Bernie Sanders wanted to remove the cap on Social Security contributions.
Bernie Sanders wanted to. Okay, Bernie Sanders is socialist. He's from Vermont, and
not-
it's in yeah.
Not the full socialist, to be clear. And also, what does that matter? The thing you just brought up is not something that's proposed by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, especially, you were so afraid of the $100 million unrealized gains tax, which didn't even end up being in Kamala's final plan. But even if it was, you're so afraid of this $100 million unrealized gains tax, and then you come back with this opposite opinion, which is that billionaires shouldn't pay the same rate as. I'm presuming you're talking about you. You're like, oh well, I don't think billionaires should pay the same as regular rich people like me, because that's how you're talking about it, and that's just not what the Democrats are proposing anyway.
How I'm talking about is essentially what Democrats are proposing is vilifying. So right now, even on the mic that I'm seeing, it's like eat the rich so right now, actually the sentiment that we have brought up, instead of saying, hey, we're in a free market where we can be a millionaire in some way, let's just vilify all the rich, eat the rich, every person that is
That
rich
is an
sucks,
illusion.
even if they
That is an
in some
illusion,
way.
man.
So for me,
Mose,
the perspective of me of the left is that they hate anybody.
I'm sorry. You forced me to walk back. I said UAE is filled with billionaires. You said, whoa, hold on. There's other rich people as well. You forced me. I'm
not saying rich people. So I guess for me, rich people, there's a two window context. One, of course, got to their wealth in some way by means that we are unable to verify and track, and maybe it's bribes, maybe it's family wealth, maybe they know people. What I'm talking about is strictly people that can actually go into the economy and make it themselves, which is majority of the world.
No, nobody can make $1 billion themselves. I just want that to be clear.
Oh my goodness!
No,
Come on.
Yes, no.
I personally know people that have made $1 billion themselves.
Can you tell me how many $1 million there are in 1 billion?
1,000.
Right. You're telling me that a person by themselves can make $1 billion?
Yeah, dude. This is the issue. So I think most people.
You are the one living in a different reality. You brought up the other leaders that were living in a different reality and wouldn't want to speak to a female ruler or whatever. Bro, that's you, big dog.
But what I'm trying to say is, I think this is the main brainwash, that they want us to hate the rich instead of realizing that you can actually do it, dude.
All right, give me one example of a billionaire that didn't
You
want
could
to-
win the lottery. That's the same chances. That's the same chances.
No.
It's an illusion that you're perpetuating.
So again, if I'm talking from the perspective of creating value in the world, which is, if you look around, there's nothing in the room you can find that was not created by another human being. Those things can actually scale. There's people with boring businesses that you and I are probably using that are worth billions of dollars.
We
There's
get
a
that,
tool
dude.
called Calendly, right? So there's so many ways of actually
Dude,
doing
you
it.
are a
The
venture
reality is-
capitalist, so you have the most ultimate bias. You have the most ultimate confirmation bias. You get to see people every single day who pitch to you their idea and are trying to become rich and have opportunity right in front of them. What you're not seeing is the ocean of people who aren't coming to you. The amount
Correct.
of
And I'm trying to
people.
convince that, and I run accelerators for free for people to try to tell them they can actually do it as well.
Yeah, I know. But the truth is, we live in a society of 350 million people. Of those 350 million people, maybe in the next 50 years, 1,000 of them will be billionaires.
Sure, and maybe 100,000 will have over 100 million. Maybe a million will have
Do you,
a few million.
you realize how few that is? 1,000 of 350 million.
Correct.
That is lottery level chances. So stop it. Stop
So
lying
again,
to them.
lottery to me is like complete luck of draw, and then there's like really hard work, right? There's people
No,
that
no,
I can
no,
actually
no,
sit
no.
down and spend hours at a time and build things that are useful and make other people's life easier, and they
Mose,
get a share of that.
Mose. Okay, I want you to take a second. All right, take yourself out of the venture capitalist brain. All right, take yourself out of this mindset. Just look at this rationally. Take every single American. All right, every single American that wants to work hard and wants to start a business and wants to produce something that is helpful to other Americans.
Correct.
How many of those do you think will become billionaires?
Probably less than 1%.
Less than 1%. Drastically less than 1%.
Yeah.
And so why would you not call that a lottery?
So the reason I'm not calling it lottery is I think people assume like having 10 billion is kind of like the breakout number. Reality is if you uh, probably have more than 10, 20 million, more than likely you're living a similar life. Instead of realizing that yes, there's somebody with $600 billion and they could be taxed in a different way. Um, how can we encourage other people to still take part in this economy and actually build and actually now become anti-government, anti-capitalism, anti-rich people, and find out that maybe a 2 million, 5 million outcome is good enough, especially in a world where we know guaranteed in 10 years most of the jobs will be gone. People will be, entrepreneurship will become easier. Even if you can't code, you can build stuff. At the end of the day, humans will have some utility, but we're about to go into the era. It's maybe like 100 years ago, there were people putting caps on toothpastes. Now there's assembly lines that put caps on toothpaste. And eventually there'll be people doing different things to have utility in the world. That world is actually going to get way larger when there's not corporations that hire 600,000 employees. There's going to be 1-2 people
Bro,
teams.
we heard it. Let me just really quick. We heard this talking point. Okay, you said that you want to you don't like the people demonizing the rich. All right, I want to ask you a question. What because you think that demonizing the rich disincentivizes entrepreneurship and disincentivizes people to participate in capitalism. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question. What do you think disincentivizes people more? Some folks on TikTok chat saying "eat the rich," or when the people in power will give tax cuts to those that do not need it, right? And in exchange for that, they will raise the cost of everyone else's healthcare right now. Okay, the not extending the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act was done partially because of the massive deficit caused by the big beautiful bill, which provided massive tax cuts. Like in your head, what do you think? Is it people losing their healthcare, or is it mean comments on TikTok? Which one do you think does
I
it more?
think in about a 10-year time, again, it will be mostly irrelevant. But right now, what you're explaining, the mass population actually does not understand the complexity of it. What they see is there's this uneven distribution. There's rich and there's poor. Poor people can never be rich. We can never really actually partake in the economy, and capitalism is against us, and we should somehow boycott the current system. Instead, maybe that's what they want us to do. But the reality is, right now, we're going into a world where these big insurance companies won't have their monopoly anymore. We're going to see all these big companies essentially be brought down to their knees because 1-2 people teams will be able to compete with them, go out. As the people lose their jobs, they'll be able to see that they can have more utility, and they don't need a 5,000 people team and $500 million to build anything anymore. That's
Perfect. So you
essentially the
don't need to
world
sim
we're
for
going
them
to.
anymore. You don't need to sim for them to have $100 million investments that shouldn't be taxed. I don't feel like that your argument holds water anymore. But this is what we're talking
No,
about.
individually, your company might still be worth in the hundreds, and you might now be getting taxed equivalent to an Elon, but there might be
But in the
100,000.
long term, you're not going to need $100 million company investment with all this AI. And if what you're saying is true, the nature in which people who get taxed the way you say they might with Kamala in office would be very few and less deserving. I want to show you this real quick. 1.3 million households own 31% of the wealth in America. 65 million households own 67% of the wealth. And then the other half, literally the other half of America owns 2% of the wealth.
Yep.
Do you not think that structurally changing taxes is what needs to happen here? Not even just distribution, but a drain on some of this. This needs to come down. It needs to come down. This is not scaring anybody from doing this. This is just it's just captured. It's just
I
stuck.
think
It's
that would
making
be so.
diamonds.
I think that would be a good solution if we did it in 2010 or 2005. Right now, the chart you're showing me, the bottom quantile, the middle quantile, they won't really have any jobs in 10 years.
I mean, again, so you're exploding the deficit before we do
So
this.
the tax conversation will be very different because when we say universal basic income right now, maybe it'll be universal basic employment in some way and you do 1 or 2 hours of tinkering. But more than likely in 10, 15 years, people won't be waking up and going to job working at big corporations and getting very little and no equity and be at this bottom quantile. There will be a larger middle class, which will be in some way funded by the government. And these rich people will somehow still exist because they already own
and
the
by
infrastructure.
voting Trump in, we are now, the odds are stacked up against us. We are walking uphill in mud. And if Republicans keep grasping on the power with the things that Trump has done, this is going to be slower, more painful, probably even more fatal because of it.
Correct. But if we didn't deregulate it and if we went the other direction, then by 2024, 2025, the current models we have that have now gotten smart enough to get essentially the growth that we're seeing in compute when it comes to software engineers, at least, um, we would have seen it come out of Russia and China, and then immediately their production costs would go down. We would be forced to import instead. We would be forced to do a lot of those things. This technology challenges the traditional Moore's law. Moore's law was it took 2.6 years for compute to double. Now it takes 2.6 months for compute to double. So the reality we live in today, we can fight taxes and it would take us 4 years to change it. And we'd find out there's very few people that work on taxable income. Most of the people are sole proprietors. Now we need to go to the business taxes and fix that. I think part of the gap that there is most people are assuming that this, or maybe living in this world that they're oblivious to this AI tsunami coming. When I say 5, 10 years, most jobs are gone, it's like almost guaranteed. Most folks, there won't be any retail jobs. You won't be working at a McDonald's or pretty much majority of the retail jobs. You won't be just a general accountant. You won't be just a software engineer on a team of 20 people. You won't be in a big company getting a cushiony salary at a Meta, Google, etc. So all of those are going to shrink and people are going to be forced to see utility. Right now, there are people that can have no utility in the world, wake up, exist, go back to sleep, and do nothing that actually creates greater good in some way. That I think that will be challenged pretty hard. And the
Yeah,
best way,
I don't know why you would exacerbate the problem before the onslaught of the middle class and the lower class. We're just pretty much just at the mercy of the people who want to give us these things that we absolutely need. We needed it yesterday. We needed socialized healthcare like 20 years ago. And again, I just think that you're really
socialized healthcare actually sucks. If you go to Canada and you look at healthcare in most countries that are socialized, it actually sucks.
You know
That's
what really fucking
not true.
sucks?
Yeah.
No healthcare.
Yeah.
40,000. This stat is probably worse now, but I know during the 2016 election cycle, 40,000 Americans a year died, avoidable deaths, preventable deaths, because of either being uninsured or underinsured, avoiding doctor's visits because they couldn't afford it.
This just kind of goes back to the thing where you're probably
and
just
that's the current healthcare system, right? So
you're at a level of income where these things don't affect you. You don't care. You don't affect. But people who are in our position, we actually know these things very. I haven't had healthcare in 12 years. In Canada, they're one of the top ranked in the world. We are 49th. Every country ahead of us has some sort of single payer tax system.
But don't most jobs provide healthcare?
Again, it's not. No, first of all, and it's not cheap. It's not cheap when they provide it. The business also pays more than they should.
So again, the reason
People
it's not
are
cheap is because these healthcare companies are bloated. They control the tax codes. They can charge you 6,000 an hour for something, for some sort
yeah.
of a
So we
test.
should get rid of them.
So, and we should shrink them. That's what AI is going to do. So we should deregulate AI, let it run its course, where there are companies like Anthropic are going to fight Pentagon, they're going to fight the government in some way, and actually build technologies that'll be better for the end users, where you will have 100,
Imagine
80%,
imagine all of
90%
these
early
single
detection.
payer companies that get to do the same thing. It's still going to be that much better. So
Of course, there will be. And those single payer companies might hit 100 million in revenue or ARR, and then all of a sudden they'll be taxed at capital gains, unrealized.
or they're nonprofits and they're exempt from it, and they still produce the best medicine in the world.
But in reality, if you're a nonprofit at a certain point, so let's say if OpenAI wants to give you the free version with ads per se, they still need to turn it into a for-profit to charge the rich s- to pay for compute, so they can still enable the free version to run. So the reason we get Gmail for free is because they do make money on YouTube and AdSense and AdWords and Google, etc. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, if any for a car to run, you have to put some sort of a gasoline in it, and some of these companies do require some revenue. So inherently being 501c3 doesn't, or nonprofit doesn't make you uh, very mission driven. You still need to come up with revenues in some way, and having maybe a side entity or
I'm
side
just
fund as a
alluding
for profit
to
is okay.
I'm just alluding to the way Sweden does it, and you're just saying, "Oh, everything's impossible. We just need to make this really shitty version of healthcare that we have. We're just going to wait for it to get better with AI or something, and we can just see obviously better results that cost half as much in other countries with single payer systems." And the
Correct. So
right's
right
been
now, I think
fighting against this
correct.
for
I think what the left
decades.
is saying is, hey, why don't we nationalize this and socialize this in some way, which is healthcare is just paid by the government. My problem is if we do that, we'll all end up paying the same amount of dollars they're
We'll pay half
charging,
as much.
just through just through taxes instead.
No,
No,
it's
no, stop. Wait, the two things wrong with that. Number
Yeah.
one, like
yeah.
Pickle said, we would pay half as much. Actually, we pay more money for our healthcare than countries that can provide it for free. But that's number one. Number two, and more important, where'd he go?
He got kicked by Lindsay, W. Lindsay.
Oh, W. Lindsay. I just to finish the thought. He's saying we're all going to be paying. No, not we're all. Not we're all. Most Americans can't afford it. He's talking about defending the people that he thinks. Just so we're clear, that guy, I don't know if he's rich or not, but he's closer to being like one of us than a billionaire. That's how unlikely it is to become a billionaire.
Yeah.
And he's going to bat for people who could spend their money in 100 lifetimes. It's just so frustrating to talk to somebody like that. And also an immigrant, right? In a situation, you have a situation where he's willing to risk denaturalization. He recognized that's a risk, and he's willing to risk the economy becoming a third world country. He mentioned that earlier. He's willing to risk all of that just for AI deregulation and lower taxes for billionaires.
It's just the Wild West. I'm sure he's just making hand over fist and he's celebrating it. And it's a high, and he's just willing to dismiss all of the actually very real world consequences that this has.
Yeah, and I think the biggest indicator that he doesn't live in the same reality that we do is that he referred to uh, companies that are worth $100 million as small businesses.
No,
So
I like my ex used. She's worked for a few startups. Anybody with $100 million valuation was doing very good. We're talking about companies. Usually they have like a $10 million, 20, and they have like a runway of like 10 years with that. They don't 100 million. Chill.
yeah, I mean he just said in chat under 100 million is small.
Okay, then you're talking about very uncommon instances, and I feel even less worried about this.
Also, to be clear, so Moses saying valuation at 100 million means less than 10 million revenue. We are talking again about, if we're talking about an unrealized gains tax, which isn't even necessarily something that's being proposed here, but if we're talking about an unrealized gains tax on over 100 million, that would be on the individual. So you are talking about an individual that owns a company, either 100% of the company, or the company would have to be worth more than 100 million because he would have to have a $100 million stake in that company. Bro.
In 2024, 49 whole companies started up. 49. In 2021, 42. 2026, 40% of seed company Series A is going to be rounds of $100 million or more. In 2024, 49. What's up, Cecil?
Hey, Pickles, hold on, let me turn down my TV. 49. Hey, you've had a pretty good show tonight, some good debates.
Thanks, man. Good chat, Mose. Sorry for abruptly kicking you. Thank you again, Lindsay, for the kick. WWW all day. Chat, if you're trying to support me, I have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. And if you want to buy me coffee or herbal remedies or Tylenol for my autism, it's the best way to do it. What's up, man?
Hey, Pickles, I told you I'm a gherkin on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm under the name Happy Mansplainer on there.
Oh, okay.
In case you wondered why. Like I said, you've had a good show tonight. Unfortunately, you've said a few things that weren't true, like you always do. But like, I don't know if you're aware that a mastectomy is different than a breast reduction.
Yeah.
You were like using them as if they were the same thing.
Well, I was just explaining to people what I meant when I said mastectomy, and obviously it's where you do get tissue from your breast removed.
Okay. Other thing you said was that nobody disagrees with sending criminals out of the country, but then there was the guy from Venezuela that you guys kept calling the Maryland man. Remember him? The Maryland man?
Yeah.
Who's actually
what crime did he commit?
Do what?
What crime did he commit?
Well, he had gotten his due process. Due process looks different depending on what kind of status you have. So
but he wasn't a criminal.
Getting kicked out of the country was the due process for him. No due process coming in, no due process coming out. They had already let him go a few times when he was trafficking other people. They pulled him over.
He wasn't convicted of that.
Oh, I know he wasn't convicted. Right.
So he had a car full of friends. He's definitely a human trafficker.
You live by the numbers. I know you do. But like I said, you guys called him a Maryland man when he was MS-13.
So he's still a non-criminal person who's been here as a wife and a kid here. And he has nothing but allegations, fewer allegations than your own president. Fewer allegations than your own president on every account.
Uh-huh.
But he's definitely a bad guy.
I don't understand what this argument is. You called him a Maryland man.
No, I said that's what the media was calling him.
Yeah. Well, is he a man?
A Maryland.
Did he live in Maryland?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. He lived there for a lot of years, right? With his family?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And then you guys wonder why you're known for being weak on crime.
Wait, no. Can you just explain why that triggered you so much?
Then you scratch your head when we say you guys are weak on crime.
Dude, we are the toughest on crime. This country has 25% of the world's imprisoned people. Nobody in this country is not tough on crime. You guys are insane. When you ask for more, it's because of the culture. You guys have been obsessed with this stuff. You don't even look at the numbers. You have nothing to show me or tell me about criminal rates. You have nothing to show me about exoneration rates or any sort of thing that you could point to that liberal judges are soft on crime, thus more crime happens. You have none of that spelled out. You just have messaging. You have messaging, you have talking points. You have nothing.
I've got two things, my opinion and the reason I have that opinion.
And what's the reason you have that opinion?
Just, I've seen enough. We've all seen it. We saw it for years before it came to a head. So you can spout off numbers. But hey, look, I got good news for you guys. And I'm sure you're already aware of this guy, but I saw someone the other day, and when I heard him speak, I was like, holy shit, I hope that guy's a Republican. He turned out to be a Democrat. His name is Graham Plattner. You guys seen him before? I really think he would be a good Democrat contender. The guy was talking, he's a He's from Maryland. I think he's from Maine. Yeah, he's from Maine.
He's running for the Senate seat. He's in the primary.
Yeah. Now I can see myself voting for a Democrat like that, honestly.
What did he say that tickled your fancy?
Well, he said he was talking about the war in Iran, and although I didn't agree with him, I just liked his delivery, and he had the right to say it because I believe he's a veteran, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you guys know about that, but anyway, I'm pretty good at calling it because
I take it you would vote for Pete Buttigieg then because he's a veteran.
No, heck no, I'd never vote for that guy.
Can you give me a specific difference between Pete Buttigieg and Graham Plattner? I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about Plattner. I just heard him speak and I was impressed with him. I don't know anything about him.
Okay, very interesting.
But I was impressed. I think he's,
this is what is so wild to me.
You guys like to put these precious dandies up.
This is what's wild to me. Republicans really, really do make their decisions politically based on people's personality, like vibes. Like Trump's vibe. You guys don't care about policy at all.
Well, there's consistency. We care about that.
Every single like RFK and Gabbard and Noam, all these people that have kind of swung from the other side. I don't know if that really spells that.
I like Gabbard. I like RFK, but I'm not sure what your point is.
Wait, you said you like consistency.
But
Gabbard has flip flopped.
Trump's flip flopped too.
I'm sure she has. Everyone's human. Yeah.
Okay, so no. Just so we're clear, if you like consistency and you voted for, first of all, Donald Trump, let alone Tulsi Gabbard, like that you may as well just not say that word because you either don't know what consistency means.
Well, just because I like consistency doesn't mean I expect it, and I certainly don't expect perfection. Perfection's the enemy of progress. I mean, that's why I could go on all day long about all the faults that Donald Trump has. We all could. But in the end of the day, it's kind of like how they all supported Bill Clinton when they knew he was a big horn dog, but they liked his policies. That's kind of where we are with Trump. We don't like...
Trump is just light years from like the horn dog thing you can point to. Like even Bush kind of was a little more horn doggish than Clinton.
Yeah, Pickles, I feel sorry for you because I heard you one day say, "Oh well, Bill Clinton didn't really have a history until he got into office. Then he made a couple of mistakes." You don't even know, brother. I'm not going to go over it because I was having this argument on the other side when I was a liberal, 30 years ago or whatever. But that guy was worse than a horn dog.
I don't really care for Clinton. I don't like him. I say put him in. I think he's lying when it comes to Epstein stuff. I think you should throw him under the jail. I think he's lying.
Pickles, what is are you guys familiar with eugenics?
Yeah.
I think that originated in America like in the 1910s and the 1920s, right?
That sounds off.
God, bro. He says Margaret Stanger.
No, I'm not going to bring up Margaret Sanger. There's no way I'm going to do that. I get so tired of hearing the same arguments on here. I'm never going to call you guys up with the same worn out argument. What I was getting at with eugenics is it was pretty much a consensus.
1883 is what I'm seeing.
Okay. And then it got popular in 1910, 1920. Then the Nazis ran with it big time, right?
Okay.
And then, but my point is that was a scientific consensus at that time. And so I don't know, I'm fond of collecting all these different ways that people are biased. And I'm wondering what the word would be for if you're biased towards modernism. You just think that because, history is riddled with people who, like, one guy is a famous physicist and his professor said, you might as well not explore this field. We've already figured out everything there is to know. So there's always been a bias that humans have.
There's an absolute thing as medical ethics, and there's more words for it that I probably have no idea. But ethics in medicine and science is definitely a thing, and we are more aware and have schools of thought of it more now than ever. But nothing about eugenics was scientific. When you talk about the actionable, when you talk about the things they were doing, like when you discover that maybe one type of person has these types of traits and maybe superior than another type of person in one way or the other, That's sure. Maybe you can science that up. But
No,
the
what I'm
actionable,
saying
like
is
what
it
you
was
want to
definitely not
do,
science. They were
and
not following the scientific method. They were totally biased. They already had it figured out before they ran the test. They knew in their hearts that they thought that there were certain races that were better. They were totally wrong. They weren't
yeah,
doing
but
science.
we're
But here's the
talking about
thing:
the
they
golden
thought
standard of
they were doing
science.
science.
Okay,
They
but
thought they were.
we have a golden standard of science now, and
No,
we
we
have
don't.
such.
It's bronze. It's
All right.
cheap. It's pewter.
Yeah,
It's
whatever.
terrible.
We still, it's light years from what it was in 1883.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to get booted here in a minute, and that's fine because I'm getting tired anyway. But I just wanted to share. That's not Nemo on the other line. I know Nemo likes these things, but these battery plants, there's other ways I found out. There's some really interesting ways that they've figured out how to store energy that don't involve mining and bad chemicals and burning things. And I'm not going to go into them now, but I'm just going to say there is some hope. But the way they're doing it right now with the solar panels is terrible, and the wind
Well,
farms are terrible
thank
too.
God the free market's a thing. So if they do find things that are far safer and greener, that will make it to the top.
I wish I was that optimistic. Remember how you thought that, oh, I'll bet they've got a good system in place for recycling these solar panels. And then you found out they don't. And by the way, it's not 10%, it's a little bit less than 10%. And these plants last about 10 years. So it's a big, what I guess you'd call it a boondoggle. It's not quite as bad as that railroad system they're trying to build in California, but it's a boondoggle. And for every battery plant that they build in California, it's going to be a boondoggle. And for every battery plant that they build in your state of Texas, it's going to be a boondoggle. And you know why? Because people like you just think, oh, well, someone smart's got all this figured out. There's no way what they're doing is actually worse. It's got to be better because look where we are. We can study things, in other solar systems. We can take a picture of the black hole.
The thing is, I have a general trust of our system. I have a general trust that humans are reasonable. And I don't think it's flawless, and that's what you're trying to paint.
A general trust is
I have a
really
general
not
trust.
what you want.
I have an idea of how institutions work, how things and checks and balances work.
Oh, I'm
so
sure
in the
you do.
scientific community, some of these things that you're saying could be possible or impossible. And I think what you have going on is that you have a complete absence of framework. You are completely conspiratorial because you have been shown some things to make you deeply distrust institutions like
What do you mean
NOAA
I have
and
been
NASA.
shown? I'm digging for these things. I just ordered a book from Steve Koonin, who used to work for Obama in the
whatever.
State Energy Department. He's a climate scientist and he's a physicist, but I'm supposed to believe Pickles over this guy, right?
No, I don't know. I'm sure there's some highly qualified conspiracy theorists out there.
Okay, well, Pickles, I'm getting ready to let you go. I just want to say earlier you were talking about circumcisions, and I thought of a funny. You said you didn't really care. Well, I asked you if you preferred it, and you said you didn't care. Remember?
I wouldn't be able to know what the other way feels like. No one does.
So I thought of a funny pun. It sounds like you could take it or leave it.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too.
That was I feel like he had a random number generator associated with different topics. I couldn't keep track of where he was going, and then he said boondoggle like 4 times.
Yeah, I'm still unclear. What does it need? Did anyone Google that? Boondoggle.
He makes lists. Oh yeah, he did have a piece of paper that he was flipping through.
We talk pretty regularly, and he's nice. He's nice. He's got some weird ideas, but he's generally nice to me, and he's a supporter on YouTube. But he's opposition for sure.
Man, Pickles, I must say, you were so much nicer to these people than I am on my life. I commend you. You're one of the I think it's there's 2 left. It's you and who's the other patient person? IRI.
Yeah.
You and IRI are like the only super patient people left. When I started, that was like one of my good qualities. I was like, oh, I can do this. I'm pretty patient. And they broke me in like just a few months. So I really do have to. Matt is patient, but he'll get to the crash out point. Like myself, I feel like there's something else. There's this ability to just be like calm, cool, and collected with, especially maybe not this guest, but the guest before him. Oh my god, I would have crashed out on that guest like multiple times if I had the full con. I don't want to clog the comms, but I was getting so fucking frustrated with that Mose guy. But yeah, anyway, so all I'm trying to say, props for the good mental.
Thank you. All right, David, what do you want?
You were talking about science, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when the accepted way to treat mental illness was give a lobotomy?
Yeah.
Yeah. They figured out that's not a good
has
idea.
happened? What has happened between now and then?
Follow me on this point. So now the accepted thing to treat a child that has to gender affirm him is to actually turn his member inside out and change it, similar to a lobotomy.
That is the least common practice to fix that. And no, that's not what we're fighting for. And they'll never be honest with themselves or anyone about how 1930s science is obsolete. We're on a different level. We have journals and institutes and agreements. Oh my god, Infectious, thank you. I'm not putting up with David. Infectious, thank you for the 40. That's what happened. Infectious kicked David. That's where he went. I thought David was like doing a drive-by insult or something, but
wait,
shout out Infectious.
You have it automated?
No, Infectious is also a mod.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, damn, you got the good setup over here. That's
dang
nice.
No, heck no. Fuck, what was I saying? I just think it's dishonest. Like we have institutes where, like, if you wanted to try to sell somebody that lobotomies were effective for something today, you would have to go through a lot to even propose that to someone, and you would be stopped before you even tried. You would be stopped. No journal would publish until they checked and saw that the science that you did held up to the standards of that journal and to that country and whatever municipality you're like responsible to adhere to. They would do all of this. That didn't happen in 1930. They didn't have the internet. They didn't know what the other side of the world was doing until 2 months after they did it. Okay. Anyway, hello, Hoshman. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I think he just made one of the most courageous decisions in the last 47 years that's ever happened, as far as dealing with Iran. And I would like to figure out if you would think there would be a better way to handle Iran when their whole deal is to wipe out the U.S. and wipe out Israel. That's their whole goal. It's a religious thing. It's not a geopolitical thing.
And did you know that Pete Hegseth has similar beliefs?
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you not have the same belief? Do you not have the same belief or no?
Wait, now it's okay to have that belief? You just villainized Iran for it.
I'm just asking you that question. I'm asking you, do you have that belief?
No.
You don't believe they don't have no reason to, they don't want to wipe out the United States, and they don't want to wipe out Israel. They don't want to wipe out Israel, number one. You don't believe that. You don't believe that what they tell you what they're going to do and what they're wanting to do.
So
do you believe that, or do you not believe that? It's just a yes or no question.
No.
You don't believe they want to do that?
No.
Okay, so tell me what you believe that they want to do when they say it constantly over and over again.
Really quick, Pickles. I love you. I just need to interrupt quickly. There's three quick things. One, guest, is there anything you can do about the background noise? Two, welcome in Erica Raid. Erica Raid, thank you all so much for being here. And 3, I have to go.
Welcome.
So I figured before you guys go into the to this conversation, I wanted to just get in before y'all got too deep. Pickles, thank you so much for having me up. For everybody that's here, whether you're here because of me or because of Erica, drop a follow for Pickles. And if you like the words that came out of my mouth, you can also follow me. Thank you all so much. And yeah, guest, if you could do something about the background, that'd be awesome. All right, bye.
Thank you, Dan. Love you. Yeah. So in 1953, we did a huge coup on their government. We installed a leader that was completely foreign to them. So, of course, they hated us. They've hated us for decades after that. They chanted death to America. And up until very recent years, if you asked somebody what they chanted, what it meant when they chanted those words that translate to death to America, they mostly meant down to America. And you could see interviews of them talking about this. Now when they chant it, now again, they absolutely do mean death to America. But the leader came out the other day and he actually said, he was very clear about him disliking Trump and that the people of America are okay. That is something, that is the bee's nest that we shook. And for 57 years, it wasn't bravery that stopped presidents from allowing Israel to do this. It was wisdom, knowing that this will happen, that other countries, dozens of other countries, are being now pulled in or being bombed by Iran. Multiple other countries are seeing their economy fail. Japan, for instance, we are sabotaging economies right now. If you could see any country through the lens of unbiased opinions, you would see that the United States is the most terroristic country on earth. So any opinion of Iran or whatever they might do, you're not going to sell me on it. But there was no reason why we went and did this.
So you don't believe that they had every intention to get a nuclear weapon, and their whole theology and their whole way of life, their whole religion. It's not a geopolitical thing. It's a religious thing.
Same thing with Christianity, right?
Right. So
Christianity does the same thing.
Wipe out but they do want to wipe out Israel.
Okay, and Christianity,
you can't say no, not Christianity.
Christianity is also just as violent, and it did the Crusades and it did all that, right?
Do you believe that though? Do you believe that they want to wipe out Israel?
Okay. Yes, and Israel. So
if they get a nuclear weapon, so
they're nowhere close. They're nowhere close to nuclear weapon. But ask me,
how do
have
you
you
fucking know, Pickles?
Because we
know a fucking little
because we know what the IAEA says. Because the IAEA,
you're such a dumbass, dude.
Do you know Hoshman?
You're a dumbass.
Hoshman, do you know what the IAEA is? Do you know what it is?
We've had an iPhone. Dude, I can't remember 20 years ago.
Hoshman,
we even had a
focus up.
phone.
Focus up. Do you know what the IAEA is?
What is the IEA is? I don't know what that is.
Do you know what it is?
That's your only answer?
All right, Hoshman. I'm going to boot you because I just really don't want to embarrass you. But I'm going to let Infectious up. So the people who are in charge of the program for monitoring countries with nuclear capabilities, they even say that before Trump came around, they were adhering to everything they should have been. You call me a dumbass and you don't even know the agency that is responsible for reporting the information. You're fucking shitting all over my audience. What's up, man?
Hey, not much, man. I actually was coming up to confront what he just said. I mean, it was under the JCPOA originally under Trump's first term. He is the one that signed off on the fact that they didn't have anything, that they weren't processing purified uranium to the degree necessary for nuclear. Donald Trump himself signed off on that. I mean, you can't say that they were anywhere close before the JCPOA. It's not even a possibility. You can't make that excuse at all.
So thank God Trump came and tore up the agreement that stopped them from being a threat. And now he's protecting us from being a threat, from enriching the uranium that, by the way, he destroyed 2 months ago. Remember, he destroyed it. But now you're supposed to remember that. I don't even think his administration said it, have they? They haven't said that they were trying to get more uranium, because that would have just admitted that they failed. This is just a thing people are guessing.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a thing talked about by the Heritage Foundation and about his administration from his first term. You know, they talked about invading Iran in the first place. So it's just an excuse, is all it is.
Erica Raid, thank y'all so much again. Much love, y'all. Thank you so much, Erica.
You, Erica.
Y'all are the best. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream if you guys enjoy debates. We do these all the time. And we're going to bring up the next guest. If you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, get out of my box. Yellow.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Depends what you mean by that. I would prefer him over Kamala.
So you're a Trump supporter. Why do you say that?
Yeah, we can start with like the social issues first. So I would say that Trump takes more of a pro-life stance than Kamala Harris, abortion, murder. So we can start on like that first one.
All right. Why do you think abortion is murder?
Yeah. Oh, you want me? Can we say the full word?
Yeah, go with schmurder, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. So just to be clear, schmurder is just going to be the intentional, unjustified termination of human life. Abortion's going to be fitting every bit of that criteria, except for the debated part if it's justified or unjustified. The reason why it'd be unjustified is because it's wrong to deprive entities of valuable future experiences.
It's wrong to deprive entities of valuable future experiences. Valuable future experiences.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. This is just such a weird... it's a thing you can't really put your finger on. Like, future experiences, potential, where does it start? Where does it end? So, potential could go all the way back to before conception. We could say that women... before somebody rapes them, have the potential to raise a child. Would you justify rape in that sense? Because it would be against their will, but we're talking about a whole new entity that could come out of this. What's the difference?
Oh, yeah. So just to be clear, why would it be wrong for someone to rape a woman? Because that would then create valuable future experiences?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So this argument's just talking about the harm of unalivement, DATH. So yeah, it's just talking, it's not like saying it's wrong to not make people that have valuable future experiences. It's just once they have them, it's wrong to deprive that. So that's just why I agree.
So you grant personhood at conception? You just said people.
No, if I did say people, I meant humans. So this argument doesn't talk about personhood, it just talks about the harm of death.
Okay, so I would say in response to that, the harm of death is something that you can't actually experience if you have no deployable consciousness.
You can't experience death. Yeah, sure. Are you trying to say something like you can't be harmed unless you experience that harm?
I would say without the ability to deploy consciousness, my moral consideration doesn't really care because the experience isn't there, and among many other things, but solely that, yes, it's not alive or dead, it's not awake or asleep, it's just there. I would guess I would grant that it is a living being, but I don't grant it personhood. I grant it about the same amount of personhood as if I were to tear off like a piece of living flesh and throw it on the ground, like It has the potential to grow some more, I guess, but you would have to go through a lot. And so would a woman. A woman have to go through a lot to grant that potential to that entity. And I don't think those things are entitled that for free. I don't think that those things are possible without the generous nature of the host.
Yeah, I can grant that sentience is going to be the type of thing that generates sufficient moral value, just not a necessary moral value. Wouldn't hold to that worldview because it leads to absurdities.
Okay, I guess the same thing for you. So if you value all things at conception, you have problems with IVF, you have problems with people who have
Yeah.
IUDs.
Only like the copper IEDs to my knowledge.
The copper ones.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
So I don't know. I think it's a weird superstitious belief to look at somebody who has a copper IUD and be like, "You're a mass murderer." The thing you're doing is depriving all of these things for potential, just disregarding the idea that the things that are being pointed to that have potential have zero potential without the consent of the woman.
Yeah. So I'm going to push back on something. So what you said earlier, I think you agreed to this. Something cannot be harmed unless it experiences that harm, which is why you grant sentience when someone has sentience, then they have personhood.
No, I think that's a little absurd. I said I just don't really consider the harm of something that isn't experiencing it, among other things, in conjunction with that.
Yeah. So if there's no experiencer, that experiencer can't experience harm.
And the inability to deploy consciousness as well.
Well, by ability, presumably you're just talking about like potential.
So the ability to deploy consciousness, this is basically, it's speaking about like a sleeping baby or a baby in a coma or somebody who's not a baby and is in a coma. I have care for these things because at any second it could wake up and these things, whether or not it felt consciously about the harm of like an incision or something like that. I'm talking about the harm of its direct, I guess, deprivation of a pleasant experience after the fact.
Okay. So you're going to be talking not something like sentience. You're going to be talking something like thalamocortical connections to the brain. Because that's
So
what
you're just talking
grants
about
the
like the
ability.
weeks?
What?
The thalamic so you're just talking about specifically the part of
No, you.
development?
No, you. Like when you
I'm
say,
talking about specific parts of development when I'm talking generally about how I only grant things personhood who can
once they have
deploy.
the ability to experience. Yeah. So that's going to be happening once the thalamocortical connections are developed in the brain, because those are the connections in the brain that generate our experience.
And what week is
Like
that?
you should know this.
18?
It's about 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's where I
that's
grant personhood.
yeah. So like again, that also leads to absurdities. So that would lead to like some sort of like absurdity, like you can take for example like a car. If someone got into a car crash and these thalamocortical connections got detached, the question then arises: do we have an obligation to reconnect these thalamocortical connections to the brain, or are we not? They obviously don't have the ability to, unless someone has to, go under brain surgery, reconnect these thalamocortical connections. The average person would say, yeah, we are obligated, but under like the thalamocortical connection argument, this just wouldn't be able to substantiate for our
Are you just saying
guilt.
it's just like not something we can do because it's costly and resourceful?
No, you just have no moral obligation to do so under that argument.
I would have an obligation to help them reconnect their brain stem.
I'm asking if we have a moral obligation to reconnect their thalamocortical connections or not.
I would absolutely feel morally obligated to help them in any way I could in
Okay,
that
that's a
regard.
contradiction.
What do you mean? How is it a contradiction?
Yeah, so the proposition that you laid out was you grant someone personhood once they have the ability to experience, and then you negate that proposition by saying, yeah, we're morally obligated to reconnect these thalamocortical connections, even though they don't currently have the ability to experience.
So the harm happened at the part of disconnection. So that being disconnected is harm in itself.
And then when it's disconnected, you say that we are morally obligated to reconnect them.
I don't get
through what? Through
Go
what
ahead.
moral obligation?
Through what moral obligation?
Yeah, because they don't have the ability for consciousness anymore, so you should have no problem just saying, yeah, we have
So
no
the
obligation
being
to.
that you would be helping would be a being that you previous to that who had a deployable conscious experience. That's who I have a moral obligation to.
Oh, you think past matters?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you have an argument for that?
Sure. If somebody's in a coma, I absolutely would not want to, or like do some harm to them. Like, would you grape somebody in a coma?
Oh, well, you can just value future experiences and that will get you out of it. So that's just like a trivial hypothetical. Do you want to try again?
So you can't tell me why?
I did just tell you why. So in fact, that's why I just told you it's trivial.
So
I gave you
past
the reason
past
and told you it's trivial.
absolutely did happen. Future it hinges on and is contingent on the mother's cooperation or hosting of that.
We're not
thing.
even talking about the mother right now. We're just talking about the
Yeah,
hypothetical.
I know. I'm
proposed
sorry that I
before.
had to reach in there, but yes, to make this parallel, that you would have to. The future is dependent on two agents.
We're
The
talking about your
past,
kind of
the
personhood.
past is something that's already happened.
We're talking about your kind of personhood right now. Okay, because I don't think it matters. Okay, so I don't know why you just brought up the mother. It's really weird. So you told me that like if you don't value the past and someone fell into a coma, could you grape them? I obviously said no because someone could actually just value the future and say, yeah, that'd be really wrong to do. So the fact that someone can value the future and just say, yeah, that's wrong. Makes your point
Okay.
trivial.
What if that person's brain dead? Could you grape them?
If the person's brain dead,
Yeah.
probably shouldn't grape them.
Wait, why not?
Just to be clear, do you think
They don't have a
that,
future.
Mhm.
So why
Yeah,
not?
so the valuable future experiences should be talking about the harm and unalignment. You can still say that they have like some sort of like moral dignity.
Okay, well,
Like
you're gonna have to specify.
or you can like go
Yeah,
over to like
that's based on past personhood.
or you
That's
can
based
go
on
over
past
to
personhood, so you're reaching into the past too.
or you can go over to like some sort of like family desire or some sort of desire
So
that
you're
they've
just listing all the
expressed,
reasons that I can use. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
or some sort of desire that they've expressed.
Cool. There you go. So now there is a reason to value the
There is.
past. Thank you. Thank you
What's the
so
reason?
much. I'm gonna write all that down.
What's the reason?
What's
the reason? Everyone?
Value the past. I don't know. All the shit you said, I was just focused on
So
the
you
fact that
can't
you're
quote me?
making my points.
So you can't quote me, but I made your point, but you can't quote me.
You pretty much just said a bunch of
Just to be
circular
clear?
stuff. Honestly.
What was circular?
What did you say?
Silence. Oh my god.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. You're sitting there making a point for me, and I'm just sitting here thinking and celebrating in my head. Thank you, because you just tried to corner me on this, and then you made the points. So.
What point? Quote me on when what I said was circular
Okay,
or where I made your point.
This isn't a game show. This isn't a quiz show. Okay, we're looking for the truth. What
Okay.
is or isn't?
Yeah, and I'm waiting for you to tell me what I said that was either circular or what I said that proved your point, and you can't quote me for shit.
Okay,
You're
it
just saying
doesn't.
words and hope it sticks.
Again, tell me what you
This
said
is
then.
embarrassing.
No, it's not. No one cares. I admittedly wasn't even listening to your points because they were for me. They were for my side.
Wait, so you weren't listening to my points when I was
Mhm.
responding? That's dishonest.
Sorry, that
Can you
was.
admit that's
It's as honest as I
yes
can
or
be.
no?
It's as
Is that
honest as I can
dishonest,
be.
yes or no?
It's as honest as I can be.
Is that dishonest? Yes or no?
No.
It's not dishonest to not listen to the other person that you're.
No,
to the other
not when the
interlocutor.
intent was to blatantly, like if I wasn't blatantly trying to ignore you, then no, I wasn't being dishonest. So I was actually just distracted by the fact you were doing this thing, and my brain went there, and it wasn't because I didn't value your opinion. It was because it was for me, and that's all I was going to say after you were finished speaking, because you just made my case for me.
Right. So we could also, you want to restate any other questions or any other response? Because right now we're at a brick wall because you refused to listen.
I don't refuse to listen. Stop caricaturizing the last like 10 seconds of our conversation.
Still waiting.
What
do you want? What do you want to do to progress this conversation forward?
Okay, so do you just want to, until I can get like another woman up here? How about we skip abortion? We go to your next thing. If
Another woman.
you're not a
There's
single.
no need for another woman to be up here. You can bring them up, but like, there's no need.
Wait, why is there no need?
Yeah, because humans can obviously talk about things and why they're right or wrong, even if you haven't experienced X action. For example,
I don't
you
disagree
believe-
with you. I don't disagree with you on that.
Perfect. Then there's no need
I
for a
just think
woman.
it's more ethical. I think it's more preferable to have someone up there because I don't think you know what it feels like to have your rights discussed by two people
That's question
that
begging.
aren't
It's a right.
part. I'm sorry?
That's question begging. It's a right.
Question begging. No, I'm not saying this is my
No, question
channel.
begging
This
is.
isn't a public forum. This isn't yours and everybody else's. This is mine. So I do get to have things that are just preferable to me.
Right, that's just question begging, though. You do realize that, right?
Question begging?
Yeah. You're just assuming your conclusion to be true. Do you know what a fallacy is? Hello?
Oh, no, I actually understand what you mean. And
Yeah.
again, I'm not begging the question. What I'm saying is I have a preference to talk about abortion with a woman present because it makes my audience feel like they're being represented, especially if they're not here.
Oh, no, you're just question begging that it was right in the first place. That's the part you question begging. You can have a preference.
Yeah, I know. And you're sitting here citing whether or not it's necessary. And I
So am I
said
talking with
it's
Kit now?
not whether or not it's necessary. It's whether I prefer it. It's not
Am I
question
talking with
begging.
Kit now? It is question begging. Am I talking with Kit now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Kit, do you want to start over the conversation? Because I'm sure you hold a different worldview than him.
I'm just wondering, honestly, I want to start this off with asking the question of, do y'all have a Discord where you discuss your current topics of the week? Because in the last 4 days, I've heard a lot more Phil Bros on lives doing this about abortion, and I'm just really wondering where it's coming from and why this is all coming back up again, because this topic hasn't been discussed in quite some time in political spaces, and now all of a sudden it's making a huge resurgence.
Well, I take that as a compliment, as you call me a Phil Bro. So
Mm.
first off, thank you. Second off,
Mhm.
no, I'm not in like any sort of like Phil Bro Discord servers. So like I don't know.
It's probably the only thing they can talk about because Trump has done so bad. There's no actual coherent reason besides your like virtue signaling to saving babies to make it look
What's the
good.
virtue signal?
Saying that you're saving babies when you're stopping people from getting abortions. Meanwhile, also making abortions skyrocket. Meanwhile, also making women's death rates go up.
Interesting. Kit, do you want to get the conversation started? Like I said, we can.
I
I
mean-
answered your question, so we can start over because, like I said, I'm sure you hold a different worldview than the host. So we can start over.
Yeah,
get
my worldview is that if cis men could get pregnant, then abortion clinics would be as easy to access as a Starbucks. But seeing as y'all can't, I don't understand why you continue to have these conversations like you understand what it's like to be pregnant and then make it some big philosophical thing when it's really just about wanting to control other people's bodies.
It's not an argument, and that's coping.
It's not coping.
I asked if you
it's
wanted
my
me.
curiosity.
Do you want to give your argument, or do you want me to give mine?
I don't argue my ability to have autonomy over my own body. I'm stating things and you can respond to my statements.
Okay, cool. You said it's bodily autonomy. Is bodily autonomy absolute?
I think that it is one of the most absolute things, yes.
So bodily autonomy overrides everything in every situation?
Yes.
Oh, great. So, like, you're probably familiar with, like, the cabin in the woods scenarios, right?
Yep. Heard it 1,000 times.
So she can unalive that newborn?
Again, this is hypotheticals. And
It's not
again, you're
answering
using
my question.
hypotheticals. You're using hypotheticals. I don't care about your question because I've heard it 1,000 times.
Just say yes or no.
These hypotheticals are a way for
You're
you all to
coping.
feel justified in your ability to be able to sit here and discuss a topic that will never personally affect you.
More coping. Dude, the host was a better debater than this.
Actually,
I'm
you're
not
the one
trying to
that's
debate
coping
you.
here. Hold on just a second. Sherlock, you're the one coping here
Yeah,
because
go
for
ahead.
starters,
If
the
you want to
first
get
thing you
slammed
do,
too, you can.
you just need to shut the fuck up for a second. The first thing that you're refusing to do
Wait.
is acknowledging that in an abortion there are two entities involved. You're completely disregarding the mother in every circumstance and every argument that you've made so far.
What was my
You
argument?
haven't
Infectious, we
taken
don't-
that
we
into
don't-
consideration whatsoever.
Can you even steelman my argument?
And infectious, we
The
don't
argument you've
matter
had
to
so
them, which
far
is
was
my
just
point.
Your argument so far was just based on future experience, on denying future experience. You're not taking into
That's
account
not a
at
proper
all
steel man.
any past experience. So that's what you said, homie. That's the
That's
only
not a
argument
proper
you've given
steel
so
man.
far. Everything else that you said has been a rebuttal two other arguments against
That's
you.
crazy.
That's
You
all you
can't
said.
even.
You haven't presented any other argument.
You can't even remember one
And tell me
premise.
any other argument that you made.
Yeah, I
Tell
said
me
it's
any
wrong
other
to.
argument that you made.
Yeah, so I said it's wrong to deprive entities of valuable future experiences. It's a certain harm theoretic.
That's literally what I just said.
No, you said I
So
only
Was your
value
only
future.
argument?
You said I only value future valuable
depriving
experiences.
depriving
That's a terrible
entities
statement.
depriving entities of future experiences when every single pregnancy has the risk of the person carrying it to lose their life. Every single one. Any
Do
one
you know
of
what the
them can turn
maternal
south at a
mortality rate
moment.
is in the U.S.?
I know that it's growing exponentially,
Climbing.
and
So is
that
that
the
a
United
Yeah.
States,
so
and
is
that
that a
the
no?
United States, and that the United States is getting worse and worse
So is that a
with its
no?
infant mortality and maternal mortality rates.
I just want to know if you knew what the maternal mortality rate was.
I don't know the exact number at this current state and time. No.
It's 5.6.
Okay, for
It's
black women,
5.6.
for black women, it's going to be about 0.5 to 0.53. For Asian, white, and I believe Hispanic, it's going to be below 0.2. It's going to rest around that 0.16 to 0.14
Infectious.
range.
Did you say the full number was 5.2%?
It was like 5.6 for infant mortality. If you're looking for
Infant
No
just
one's asking about
standard
infant. We're talking about maternal. Try again.
maternal mortality. All right.
Yeah, it's going to rest around probably average about to 0.2 to 0.25.
22.3. 22.3 per 100,000.
Oh, there you go. I'm only off by 0.7.
22.3 per
0.07.
100,000.
Yeah, can you do that percent? It's 0.2. It's 0.3.
So
Hold on, y'all.
wonderful.
Everyone pause real quick. I'm Miss Bella.
Hi, Pickles. So really quick, Sherlock, that wasn't a compliment when she called you a Phil bro.
I take it as a compliment.
Second of all, adios, senor.
You can run if you want.
Oh no, it's for you. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Everybody,
you so much, Bella.
everybody give Nick Bella some love in the chat. She paid to kick.
W Bella, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
And I just kind of want to apologize because I didn't come up here to actively go back and forth with him. I was just going to make statements because really, Pickles, I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're all in a Discord or what's happening. But this has come up so much over just the last 4 days, and like Hector's and Erica's and so many lives. And I don't know why all of a sudden they've fallen back to this. I think Infectious was right. He did point out that there's nothing else really to defend, but I'm just confused. I don't know why all of a sudden it's become about control all over again. We already know that that's what they want. Like, why are you proving your point further? Thank you.
I love how it took them 48 hours to forget how they were talking about how they were going to save the women in Iran from religious persecution. And then they come back home to religiously oppress the women here.
Right, because their two favorite things at the current time are AB and LGBTQ plus rights. So like, and they typically bring both of those things back to religion. So tomato, potato, I'm lost. How they can differentiate these things from any other government they find oppressive. But all right, I guess, when it's your oppression that you're trying to impose, I guess somehow it's different. I have no idea. But thank you for having me up, Pickles. Good to see you.
You too. Anytime.
You can
Thanks
drop
again.
me as well. That
All
was
right.
just my pleasure.
All right. Much love. Thank y'all both.
Thanks, Pickles.
We love y'all. Another shout out to Miss Bella for the kick. It's a wonderful thing. Tap the screen. Don't forget to follow.
Yeah, we've got 824 people in here, man. We should be hitting 200K by now. Come on, let's tap that screen. Let's get him up to 200K. Let's get some shares up going too. Not a lot of mods tell you guys to get the shares up. We've only got 122 shares so far. We need to get that up to about 200 if you can. So tap that screen, share the live, and let's get on to the next guest.
Hello.
Hey, what up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
Everything he's done since he's been in office.
You want to give me some specifics so we can talk about it?
The big, beautiful bill. Changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Why do you like that?
So they're not allowed to swim across the Gulf and get away with it, or bring in their illegal shit and get away with it?
Okay, that's. I don't think that really
How
does
could you
much
not
about
like
that.
that?
I don't think that does anything. I don't think changing the name does that.
It officially makes it America.
No, it doesn't.
Actually, the name didn't change officially until Congress okays it.
It's part of the big beautiful bill.
Cool. I don't know. I think it's silly. I don't really care. It cost us billions. It cost us like $4 billion. I think it's stupid.
It costs us billions of dollars to change the name.
Yes.
Rob, have you read the Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes. And I know that what's her name voted against it. The one Republican, Collins. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I think it's stupid. I think
she's too old to even be a senator.
I think it's funny how easy it is to please Republicans. Like, y'all have no idea what Biden did when he was in office, and he did some awesome stuff. You don't care. He has to do really stupid PR bills to get y'all's attention. By the way, he hasn't done anything since, honestly. There hasn't been much going on through Congress that we can point to, and Trump's about to lose Congress. So he's pretty much done. We've got the big, beautiful bill, which was not beautiful at all. It's cost us trillions, $5 to $7 trillion. It dumped a bunch of people off of Medicare and Medicaid. It dumped a bunch of people off of Social Security. It gave a bunch of very rich people tax breaks. I think it took $1.1 trillion off Social Security, and it just so happened that rich people got $1.1 trillion worth of tax cuts. I think that anybody that likes the big, beautiful bill is, I think, stupid. Like, sorry.
Well, I was denied disability, even though I'm disabled, for like the second time.
So you wanted to fund it even more?
I wanted to fund what?
To defund even more? You want to defund those programs even more so that you'll never get things like that? So that people like you would never get something like that?
Well, I really don't need disability, but I am disabled, so it's a fair game, right?
Jesus, I don't think that everybody who's disabled should be tasked with being a poster boy.
Yeah, I am. Whoever said I'm on food stamps, my Cash App is in the bio, but I don't accept food stamps. But if you know a way to give me food stamps, I'll take them. Just saying.
What in the holy hell is going on right now?
I'm a normal thinker. I think like a normal person, and I am not an extremist on the left or the right.
I've heard you so many times on these lives. Your brain goes from weird point 1 to weird point 2 every single time. You talk against yourself. You advocate against your own self constantly. I've heard you on multiple lives. I hear you on Amanda's. I hear you all over the place. And your brain does not.
And you probably agree with my views and philosophies at the end of the day.
Because your brain is broken. That is the only truth and fact I know, is that your brain is broken.
Well, I have had brain cancer twice, and I'm still here.
Exactly.
And I'm not even joking.
I don't want to punch down on that. Yeah.
Good call.
ELO. Here's your cedar sign. Yellow.
I'm here.
All right, Hosh. You want to try again?
Do I want to try again? I
Yeah.
just want to ask you.
Yes, I do.
I just want to ask you a question. I just
Yeah.
want to ask you. So, do you think that we should not do anything with Iran? Do you think we should just let it go and let them continue to do what they've been doing and be a? Don't they support tons of terrorism and put all this money into Hezbollah and all the other, all the terrorist groups and all that stuff? You think that's okay? You think that we're good with that?
No, this is what you're doing. This is how your brain works right here. Here's our options for Iran. We do absolutely nothing, or we do all-out World War III. There's just no in between thing.
So what do you think?
I think we could have maybe done another negotiation, put them in another. I don't know why they would want to again, but put them in another a nuclear peace treaty that they were adhering to before Trump tore it up. They were adhering to one. Trump tore it up. Why would they ever do it again after Trump did that?
But you're going to trust what they're going to tell you.
The IAEA, which is an organization that monitors, and it is a multi-country organization, a council that hold each other responsible for these things. They had people on site 24/7 in Iran. They were adhering to these things because they wanted to trade. Their economy, it does much better when they can trade with the developed world. Until then, they're stuck with China and Syria and Russia.
So what you're saying is that you don't believe that they were anywhere close to getting a nuclear weapon. You think that's all a lie?
We can.
Do you believe what Trump says?
You think that's a lie?
Yes.
Hold on, Hosh? Do you believe what Trump says?
I believe not what
Trump
says. I don't believe what Trump says. I believe that there is a reason why we did what we did.
Okay, so in their last
there's more than
before
there's
Trump,
not one.
hold on,
hold on,
just a second. Hold on. So then in their last inspection, before Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, Trump himself signed off on the fact that they were nowhere close to a nuclear weapon. You don't believe him?
I don't believe that. I think what your statement is completely wrong. No, it said nowhere close. You said the words nowhere close.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he signed off on it. He signed off on the fact that they were compliant.
Dude.
He signed it. Hey,
You're talking
he signed
shit.
Hoshman, do you know? Hoshman, what did the JCPOA say that they could do with uranium? Do you know?
He said nowhere close.
No. What's the level?
I want to hear what he said. Nowhere close.
Hoshman, this is why you can't just keep screaming this. I'm trying to give you a metric in which you could say. Stop just screaming this.
You can't say metric. What's nowhere close?
Okay, what are the metrics we're talking about?
It's fucking bullshit. Dude.
What are the metrics?
The metrics are. I just know one of these things is this guy. What's this guy infects you? He said nowhere close.
You're not going to prove anyone wrong just by screaming it over and over again.
I'm not going to prove anybody wrong. I'm just saying there's a reason. I think there's a lot more that we know. I think the government knows a lot more. The CIA and
the intelligence community has come out and said the same thing. What did Tulsi Gabbard, the head of our intelligence, what did she say before we bombed Iran?
I don't know what Tulsi Gabbard said.
She said no, they didn't have it.
How long ago was that?
But before, not this bombing, but the first bombing where we took out their nuclear centers. She came out and said, no, they're not a threat. And she goes, oh, we're lying about this? I forgot. Oops.
Are we going to take Tulsi Gabbard's word for it?
When I say nowhere close, the JCPOA restricted Iran's uranium enrichment to, I think it was 3.67%. And Donald Trump and his inspection team signed off that is all they were doing. So yes, 3.67% is nowhere close to weapons grade. That is what that means. So, exactly. They were nowhere close to having anything close to weapons grade refinement. He signed off on that.
Would you agree
right
that
before he pulled us out of it?
Would you agree that they are funding terrorist groups all around? Would you agree that they are doing that?
Yeah, we are too. Israel is too. Everybody's doing that.
You would agree. You would agree with that,
then
right?
maybe we should.
You would agree that they want to wipe out the state of Israel, right?
Israel wants to wipe them out. So what's the difference?
What do you mean? What the difference? Israel doesn't want to wipe them. They're not attacking them.
Yes, they are.
They attacked them first.
Yes, they are.
They want to be left alone.
No, Israel absolutely
attacks. Iran wants to be left alone. Iran wants to be left alone. Name a neighbor country that Iran has invaded. Name one neighboring country that Iran has invaded. Ever.
So you're telling me that Israel's whole religious faction is to get rid of all of them?
Israel actually, yes, their belief is that they will be at the end of the world fighting the rest of the entire world for their survival. That is part of their thing. So yes, absolutely.
You're talking about Zionism? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, their idea.
Israel is not part of Zionism.
Israel absolutely. The government of Israel is absolutely Zionist.
No, that's not, dude.
Yes.
So that's our argument right now. Our argument right now is this. It's real simple, man. It's a very simple concept. These guys have Iran has murdered American people for the last 30 years. We do not go in and murder. We don't go and do that. They do.
Yes, we do.
America.
Yeah, we do.
They scream every day, "Death to America." They do not like democracy.
Did that his last term.
They don't like democracy.
Trump
so
had
you
a
think
general
that they're okay?
lie.
So Iran is completely
No. Hold on. Quit rambling.
Well, I know,
Trump
but I just want to know.
Did that his first term.
I'm just going to ask you. So you don't believe that they don't have death to America?
I explained the whole spiel about that.
After what we just did, yes.
No, we've already done to them. Just before then.
Before then, it was very. It was dying down.
What we've done to them?
What do you mean after?
What we've done to them?
What the fuck do you mean after?
Dude, if you'd shut the fuck up,
I know, but you're going after, y'all.
Yeah, after what we've already done. Because we started screwing with their politics back in the 30s. Dumbass. We've been doing this for decades now. We literally had the 1976 hostage crisis in Tehran simply because of our interference in their politics. This has been going on for decades that we have been screwing with them. The CIA literally had to come out in the 90s and declassify the fact that they have been screwing with them since the fucking 40s. They had to admit it. So no, this doesn't fly. So yes, after everything we've done, after the last 80 fucking years of screwing with their country, yes, I do not blame them for what they say. I may not agree with it, but I don't blame them.
We also can't just go bomb countries who hate us and want us dead. We would be really busy if we did that. Didn't we just pull out of Afghanistan? Why didn't we just stay? If that's what your general idea is, that we just need to be in countries full of terrorists that want to kill us, we were already there. Why did Trump pull us out?
We don't want to be boots on the ground. That's not our deal. That's not what we want to do. What we do want to do is stop somebody that wants to destroy us.
Trump is absolutely ready to put boots on the ground.
Yes,
he hasn't put. He's been the most peaceful. He's been the most peaceful president in the last 30 years.
Are you kidding me?
We literally have boots on ground.
Yeah, he has been
ready for deployment right now.
What other war has he started? What other wars?
Okay, here you go. I've got a list. Cuba. You ready? Do you know what's happening in Cuba?
Yeah, well, we haven't started a war with Cuba.
Cuba
between
Cuba is in
war and removing the.
They are fucking cooked in Cuba. They have no oil. We have deprived that whole island of oil. They have nothing. They have fucking nothing. They're just gonna die.
Russia's controlling it. China's controlling it.
We're controlling it. We have them surrounded, and Russia is trying to send them. Russia is trying to send them humanitarian aid. We're not going to let them have it. Exactly. We are doing that. There's no world scenario where you're pointing at Iran and saying they're bad guys while we are right at that very moment, that same moment, doing that to a whole country.
We're doing that to a whole country because Russia and China are trying to take that country over and control that country.
No, they're not. What?
Yes, they are. They're trying to.
No, they're not.
They're trying to take that country. They're trying to take the ship lanes. Yes, they are.
When did that?
No,
happen?
They're not.
Yes, they are. You don't think it's being controlled by China and Russia?
Dude, no, they are way too busy in Ukraine. China has its eyes laser focused on Taiwan. They don't give a flying fuck about Cuba.
Yeah,
they don't.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's in the United States' best interest.
Completely full. Russia's got their arms completely full with the Ukraine war. They can't handle anything.
They don't have.
They're already losing troops and armored divisions like crazy.
And you don't think China has
no idea what's going on
it?
over there? You don't have any idea what's going on over there, do you?
You don't think China and Russia
lost?
have anything to do with Iran? You don't think that have anything to do with it? You guys are fucking trade agreements, man.
They have massive trade agreements, but no different than what we have.
No, but what you don't understand is they're controlled by money. Controls everything. Power is controlled by everything.
Yes, and we are controlling most of our allies.
Yes,
too.
We are trying to protect the United States of America. Yes, we're protecting our assets.
Yeah, I get that.
The very country that you're talking on TikTok on, the very seat that you're sitting at right now is the reason why you are protected. You don't like it? Go over to China and see what that works. Go to Cuba since you're all about.
I would love to go to China. I would love to.
I would love to go to China.
I would love to.
I've talked to tons of people
Y'all aren't
from
in
China.
fucking Iran, are you? Y'all are in Iran.
I've talked to
y'all
tons
be
of people
singing
from
a whole
China.
different tune, dude.
You guys are trying to push this country towards Iranian values, towards further right, and China would be further away from that.
Is you reserve the right to say what you want to say because you are here and you're not in Iran.
For now.
Yeah, you're not
for
in
now.
Iran.
No,
y'all want to protect Iran and say they're doing something right.
The United States government is going after people in this country for what they say. The United States government
go
is
to
going,
Iran and put your podcast on and see what fucking happens.
You go to Iran and see what your podcast would do.
Yeah, well, I don't
they would call you woke. They would call you woke.
The United States is going after people right now.
United States of America, and you're talking about
the United States government
go
is
over
going
there and see what happens to your ass.
I am.
The United States government is going after people right now for their speech.
Yeah, go over there right now, Pickles.
I'm there. We're there. I'm already there. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to go anywhere. I'm there. I'm on a list right now. I'm sure. Trump's got me on a list. I'm sure of it.
Trump's not. Hey, this is the United States. It's not China.
Yeah, Trump is doing that. He's already actionably doing that.
Start talking shit about how great Iran is, and we're the bullies, and we're picking on them. Go over there and talk shit.
Great Iran is,
on
but
y'all's
we're absolutely
little fucking
bullies.
radio podcast.
We are the bullies. Sorry to break it to you, man.
We are.
I'd also like to say that I know I'm on a list for a multitude of different things. This is fascinating to listen to. What can we get some evidence for any of the things he's saying? I'd love to read about it. I'd love to read about Russia trying to take over Cuba. That sounds fascinating.
Yeah, they're already buddies.
I just also, what can I just ask this? I mean, I already know the answer. Where the fuck do Americans get the balls to sit here and tell other countries what they get to do? That's what's been irritating me about this whole thing. Maybe so many countries wouldn't have a problem with us if we stopped sticking our fingers in all of their pies.
Yeah, let's be real, dude. I mean, there just so happens to be a lot of oil in Iran and in Venezuela, and I think in Cuba. No, they don't have oil in Cuba. But, like,
No, but like we caused this because in 1953 we overthrew their, democracy, big
Yeah.
thing Americans really like. We overthrew their democratically elected leader. Why? Because he was nationalizing the oil in Iran. Why? Because he wanted the Iranian citizens to have a cut of the oil. Why? Because it's from their country, because he wanted to help the people. We didn't like that. Great Britain didn't like that in particular, so they came and said, America, please help us. We need help. And so then we staged a coup. How did we do that? By making sure that they didn't like communists and socialists, by fueling that. And so then we backed the Shah, who was more Western. Fun fact, he became into power and started unaliving everyone that stood against him. But he gave us access to his oil. We did this.
And we literally, we screwed with them so bad. We pushed the country to a point to where they know that religious fundamentalists are the only ones with a backbone to stand up to us. That's why we get the Ayatollah.
Do you know what else? Like another thing I learned recently that we did as a country is during our presence in the Middle East, we were overseeing a bunch of farmers. They let us have access to intelligence and to their lands, so long as we allowed them to grow poppy. So at the time, someone would come in and be like, "Hey, you can't be growing all of this," and they would say, "No, they told me I could." And they would check with the higher ups, and the higher ups would be like, "Yeah, shut the fuck up." Like, and at the time, I think they were like 97% of the world's H drug. 97. We were growing and exporting as a country, as a state, H, 97% of it. How are we not terrorists? We are terrorists.
Yep, don't forget, was it Abu Dhabi specifically, back when we were in the Middle East? The CIA black site where we were torturing people we claimed to be terrorists, and they weren't. Abu Dhabi, remember that? I remember that.
Yeah.
I just, here's the thing. Like, you know what? I will take this threat of Iran being close to a nuke seriously whenever I get the evidence that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East back when 2001 when that was said. How about that? You know what? I think that's a good deal. The second that evidence is handed to me that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East that were headed our way in 2001, I will completely take these claims about Iran seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the thing with Iraq. We get a lot of people, especially up in these lives, that gripe and complain about AIPAC and about, how Israel seems to kind of lead us around by the nuts, for lack of a better term. And it's literally because they're our foothold in the Middle East. They are our intelligence network in the Middle East. They are everything that we need there. We need that intelligence if we're going to act in the Middle East. I'm not saying that I agree with it. Again, it's just a simple fact. If we're going to keep going to combat in the Middle East, we need intelligence there. That's what Israel's there for. They owe us a lot, and we know that. That's why I think Iraq became so important under Obama. Because Obama was trying to create a separation there. He and Bibi Netanyahu did not get along very well. They just didn't.
And also to claim that Israel is not following Zionism is just absolutely asinine. Does anybody know the meme I'm talking about, where like the guy's on a bicycle and he sticks a stick in the wheel of his bicycle and then he trips. He's like, "Oh my gosh, how did that happen? Like, who hurt me?" Even though he did it to himself. That's literally Israel. They started this, and then they're like, "Oh my god, I've been attacked." I'm like, "Yeah, by the stick you put in your own spoke in the wheel. Like, you did this."
I mean, it's literally been a public policy in Israel for 40 years now, Artemis? I think it's been like since the late 70s, early 80s, where they've been forcefully relocating Palestinians. They've been removing them from their home by force and relocating Israeli families into those homes.
Yep, in the West Bank.
Unprovoked. They've been doing this since the 70s or 80s.
Yep.
And this isn't a thing they hide. It's not like it's something done under the covers and
it's because they have a religion that wants to completely wipe them out.
Oh, you mean Zionism?
No, not Zionism. It's not Zionism.
Oh, you do know that Israel was founded on Zionism, right? You do know that's where it came from, right?
I don't believe that their political stance is not Zionism.
Oh
It
my
absolutely
god,
is.
dude!
It's not Zionism.
What is
Literally
Zionism?
Bibi Netanyahu's stance.
They're not trying to. They're not trying to take over the whole country. They're not trying to take them.
Yes, they are.
Iran,
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Completely eliminate their country. Completely
Source?
eliminate them.
Source
on that?
I think it's also the Israel's doctrine to do the same exact thing back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Bibi Netanyahu has actually said that.
Yeah, does guest know what Zionism is?
I don't think he does.
Because
So you're thinking that all Israel people are Zionist?
The government absolutely is.
The government is.
Okay,
yes,
so
absolutely.
So which way are you going to go?
I'm anti-Zionist.
I'm not Zionist.
So you're pro-Palestinian.
No, I'm just not Zionist. But yes,
Oh,
pro-Palestine. Yeah, I'm pro-Palestine. But I have no religious belief.
Death to Israel, and they need to wipe them out.
That's not
what's
what
the difference. That's what they say.
That's not
death to Americans. Death to
I'm
Israel.
pro-two-state solution. I'm pro-two-state solution.
The guy in
Make a hard
Iran,
border
the
there that Israel
supreme
cannot
leader,
cross.
was like going, "We got to eliminate. We got to eliminate Israel."
You just went back to
from
Iran.
the face of this
Palestine's
country.
different. You just went back to Iran. You just mentioned Palestine. Palestinians are not Iranians.
Your leader of Iran is saying they have to.
Which
his
leader,
whole
by the way?
His whole mantra was to absolutely, completely obliterate Israel from this world. That was his deal. It's a religious.
I'm asking
thing.
you for a source.
Would you not say that? Would you say that's true or not true?
I disagree with this.
You disagree that he said that death to America and death to Israel, and that they should be obliterated from this world.
Wait, I can tell you.
That's what the supreme being of Iran, your leader for 30 years, was saying.
If he said that after this recent attack.
No, he's not saying that. That's their whole belief. That's their whole.
Oh, so you're just saying that that's their belief. Okay, well, we have the same belief.
No. He said it over and over and over again.
Oh, so he did say it.
The supreme leader.
Before or after
he said it over and over again. Yeah, if he said it over and over again, I'm sure you can source it. Show us where he said it. Prove us wrong. Prove yourself right.
So you're telling me that the supreme leader of Iran, has nothing to do with death to Israel and death to America.
You've moved a long way from has nothing to do. You've gone
That's
from absolutely once and absolutely has said to just believes and then back to said, and now you're just saying
with the whole death to, let's just say death to any country.
Oh wait, actually, you know what? I love that you pointed out. Pete Hegseth actually just said that about Iranians.
Yeah.
Did you miss that?
No,
one?
wait, we love the Iranian people. Iranian people are great people.
No, that's not what Hegseth
It's
said.
the supreme leaders that we don't like. The leadership
that's not
of the
what
country.
He said. Every
That's not what he said.
Iranian citizen. He said every Iranian citizen. Would you like me to pull the quote?
Are you being serious? You're going to compare?
Yes, I am being serious.
If you compare Donald Trump to the supreme leader of Iran,
I didn't
you
say
are
that.
a
Are you
fucking
listening?
idiot.
Pete Hegseth.
Complete idiot.
Pete Hegseth.
I'm honestly talking to an idiot because I said
No,
Pete Hegseth,
you're
not Trump.
comparing what Donald Trump says to what the supreme leaders
sir,
have
I
been
don't know
saying
how to help
for
you
30
understand
fucking
this.
years.
No, Pete
I
Hegseth.
said Pete Hegseth.
Do you know who Pete Hegseth?
Even Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth is
I'm talking about the supreme leader in Iran.
Pete Hegseth has written books on this,
now.
multiple
Thank God.
books. Hold on, Hoshman, focus up. Pete Hegseth has written multiple books in which he has talked about going on a holy war. By the way, he thinks that the U.S. has every right. He has told his people before we did this strike that they are part of a holy war, that this is Armageddon. Pete Hegseth himself, your guy, is the same exact way as this bad man we just killed.
No, he's not the same guy, because the reason why is Hegseth is not the leader of our country.
Hegseth needs to go back to the kegs.
He's
And
not
I'm
the
going to
leader
quote
of our
this,
country.
sir. I'm going to quote this because
The
this is what Pete
supreme leader of
Hegseth said.
Iran that's
You
in
are going to
charge
go
of every
listen to
single
what
thing
Pete
that's being
Hegseth
done.
said.
That completely, by the way, you guys wouldn't even be.
Yeah, I'm tired of your disrespect. So we're going to talk about what Pete Hegseth said. When asked about whether Russians' involvement put U.S. personnel in danger, Hegseth said, "We're putting the other guys in danger, and that's our job, so we're not concerned about that. But the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're gonna live." You want to act like we're the good guys? You have the Secretary of quote-unquote war saying, but the only ones that need to be worried about right now are Iranians that think they're gonna live, not the government. Not their forces, not their military forces, Iranians.
If Pete Hegseth's position is that we need to go to a holy war, that's Trump's position because that's who Trump chose to head the Department of War.
That's two different people, though. It's not even the same people.
He's the head of the Department of War.
He's not, but he's not in charge. He's in charge by who he's told by.
He's in charge of the entire Department of War.
Iran has completely murdered millions of people, dude.
Okay, okay. Can you show the millions?
I'm
millions.
Just saying, y'all wouldn't even be on the fucking TikTok right now.
You are.
They don't even have internet access.
You're just.
Y'all are so fucking dumbasses, man.
I think you are. I think you're trying to push us towards that.
Defending him.
No one's defending him.
Iran.
Not a single person. No one has defended Iran's leadership. I think this is stupid.
So do you think he should still be alive?
I think that going and killing Iran's leader was a bad idea. Yeah.
You think he should be? You think he should be?
I think it was a bad idea to kill him.
In that country.
It might just is it impossible for both America to be the bad guy and Iran to be oppressive? Is it impossible for two things to be the same?
He was a bad guy, therefore we just absolutely have to go kill him immediately. Regardless of the economic fallout.
Yes.
Regardless of the economic fallout and the hundreds of people that have now died because they have retaliated, which we all knew they would. We all knew.
You guys are y'all are talking and y'all are being protected by the very country that allows you to do it.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that we're allowed to talk.
It's fucking hilarious.
No, wait.
You want to be that way?
How are we protected?
Go over there and do it over there and see what happens.
No, how are we protected? I want to know.
See if your opinion would change.
I want to know how we're protected. Please explain to me how we're protected. Because right now, as an American,
Pickles, if you were over there, dude, you're on this live set and you talked against anybody on that part of it.
I should be grateful because we're not as fascist as them. I should be grateful. Fuck off.
I'm just confused because we have taken so many liberties and rights from American citizens in the last year and a half that Trump's been in office. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying you would be thrown.
I'd be thrown where? Please give me more pink washing. I'd love to hear about it.
Be thrown in jail.
I'd be thrown in jail.
Yes, you would be talking. You were talking like this in Iran right now. You'd be thrown in jail. You don't even respect the fucking fact of what you got. You don't even respect it.
You don't respect anything.
No, but if you were in Iran right now and you were sitting there talking about that, what would happen then?
I got a question for you. Was Don Lemon arrested?
I don't give a fuck about Don. Don Lemon should be fucking thrown in jail anyway.
Wait,
there
why?
you go.
He's an idiot.
There you go.
No. Why? Being an idiot is not a crime. Why?
Well, I mean, why should he fucking? Why should he? You can't go to a place of work. You can't go to a place of worship. You can't go to a place of worship and interfere worship. That's laws. He's been in the fucking deal forever.
Clearly, you don't understand.
He's been in it forever.
Hashman, guess what? Hold on, dude. Hold on. Guess what? You know when the Ayatollah took over in Iran? This is how it started.
Shut up.
This is how it started. Is people like you saying the exact same shit you just said. That's how the Ayatollah got to power.
Flag? What if I buy an American flag and want to burn it? Should I go to jail for that?
Yeah, he knew better than go into that. He know that's against the law.
It's not against the law as a journalist.
All he was trying to do is trying to get followers. It was
freedom
a
of the
perfect
press
setup.
Is a First
He
Amendment
made a
right,
bunch
sir.
of money on it.
Yep,
he made
freedom
a bunch
of the
of money
press
on
is
it.
still a First Amendment right.
That's
I have a
what he
question for
does,
you. Do
dude.
you
That's
also
what he
agree that
does.
you should be jailed for burning the American flag?
It has
You're a
nothing to
bunch
do
of
with my point
pussies,
is
man.
my
It,
point
it
is
has
you
everything to
guys would
do
all
with it.
be in jail in Iran right now, and y'all are talking so much bullshit. Y'all
Once
talk
again,
so much bullshit.
Iran can be
But when
oppressive,
you're in a
and so
different
can
country,
America.
you know, you talk against our country and you go into another country, you won't talk that shit.
Oh, I absolutely
I
would.
just
I absolutely would.
put your feet
Oh,
somewhere else in another country.
all 4 years of Joe Biden, you sat there and said, "Hey, man, we got to stand behind our president." You said that, right?
Yeah, and then me telling you, hey, those vaccinations.
I had no
There's
problem.
countries
I had no problem
you
standing behind our president.
you try going to North Korea and talk about optional vaccinations. Do you think you would have heard that from me?
I'm just telling you right
Yeah,
now, you
we
guys
never
talk
said, "Hey, try go
y'all
living in
talk a
China."
mean game when you're in the United
It
States.
has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with whether or
So
not
did
we should
you.
have struck
If
them.
y'all talk a mean ass game, then y'all forget where you
So did
fucking
you.
came from.
You guys argue
So
that
did
we're
you
the
for
freest
4
country
years.
Forgot where you
ever,
came from.
and you're the most oppressive party
So
here.
did you for 4 years.
It's a real simple
Plane
concept.
ticket
You don't have
anywhere,
to
and
be
I
an
will go and
intelligent
speak
person.
my fucking mind anywhere. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of the posturing. I'm sick of the "you're privileged. Send me anywhere. I will not change." I fight for the injustices against the people.
Yeah,
I
then
don't
go
care
fight
who
for
they
the
are.
injustice in Iran and see where that fucking gets you, honey.
Yeah, I'll do it because I care about people. You act like you're big and fucking tough. I would go there and fight for the Iranian people. You wouldn't.
No new wars, but we just had to do it. They're bad people. We had to.
Like, you know what's so sad is it's first of all, in case anybody hasn't caught up, everybody but our own government has admitted. I'm glad that he fucking left. Everyone but our entire government has admitted that we likely bombed that school in Iran. That we did that. And we want to sit here and pretend like we're the good guys.
Yeah, Trump hasn't given a straight answer about the reason. Yeah, we can still keep drilling them. Why are we there? Why are we there? And all they really have to say is they're just talking about how oppressive it is there, but also champion the same ideas that get the oppression like they have there. And they don't care about the fallout. They don't care about the economic fallout. They don't care about the world and our allies. They don't give a fuck. It was America first. Now it's the complete opposite. They don't go fuck about America first. They don't even know what that means. Now they understand the complex idea of how doing geopolitical things is in fact America first. And they finally admit that part, but they can't admit about how this is actually beneficial to anybody, how this is not obviously a grab at oil or a distraction or for the midterms. It's like so obvious. The whole world, like even those that are pro-Trump, are coming around and going, what is this? What's going on? Did you see Matt Walsh talk about this? I fucking hate Matt Walsh. And he came out and even condemned this. Like, can we be real with ourselves? Can we be real and say that we have no reason to do this? We are going to war for Israel.
So my phone died. I missed it. Did he get just kicked, or did he get paid to kick? Or did
I was tired of him. I'm almost certain he's drunk, but I'm also, I think I'm about to wrap it up.
Rough.
So, I don't come in necessarily hot. I do try. I know overstimulation happens. Same with me. But like I'm sorry. Like I get so tired of this. Like you go over there and try that. I do people not understand that in this country alone, there are millions of Americans that unalive fighting for the rights of others. And we want to sit here and act like no one else would do this anywhere else. It's disgusting.
You know, you mind if I spiffball a little conspiracy theory of my own? We always love a good conspiracy theory, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Put yourself in Donald Trump's shoes for just a second. Not anything else, just his shoes, because anything else is disgusting. In the beginning of his presidency, he passes a bunch of shit. And one of the things that he does is President Biden had put a few like minuscule caps on energy exports just to kind of help to stockpile things here in the US, keep the prices level. That's what he was trying to go for. Well, Trump ripped that band-aid off really hard. And so now all these oil and gas companies are looking at the world market going, well, if we can export the vast majority of what we got, price goes up everywhere because we can sell it for more in other countries. And so Donald Trump goes back, and no offense, we all know that he did this. This is widely reported on. He went back to OPEC at the beginning of his presidency and asked them to increase production. And OPEC quite literally told him to fuck off because they knew better. They knew what was coming. And then all of a sudden last year, we get reports towards the end of the year all over the place, and I've been talking about this for months, that companies like Shell, BP, Exxon, Mobil, they're all talking about reducing production and reducing employment this year, reducing employment by anywhere between 15 and 25%. Because if they reduce production, it drives the price up, and then they can export it all to other countries that pay more for it anyways. So now what do? We start attacking OPEC countries. We start trying to destabilize OPEC countries like Venezuela, like Iran. Think about that for a little bit. Because those are the only countries he's talking about. Oil-rich countries at this point. He's kind of forgotten about Greenland. Canada hasn't been mentioned in months. But he is laser focused on oil-producing OPEC countries.
You know, we keep saying this. We've only seen 2% of the files, but what the fuck are in those files? Because of the distractions. Pickles, I can tell that you're becoming really famous because you're getting all of the corn accounts in here now. So I know that you're doing well. The more corn, yeah, I'm not even joking. There was a time in Carbon's lives when he was getting like a 600-700 people were like, I would probably mute 40 corn accounts a day, and that.
Oh yeah. You have more than like 700 people in a live, you start getting them like crazy.
We love those milestones.
Oh god, this Shield of America's crap.
Wait, I must have missed that. What is that?
Have you heard about this, Pickles? I barely heard about it. God, what was it?
This sounds like The Boys. Are we whoring ourselves out for money?
Okay, yeah, it's Gnome's new position. That's right. The United States to host the Shield of the Americas Summit. This historic coalition of nations. Going to happen in Florida, of course, at Doral. In Florida, let's see here.
Well, you know why, Christy Gnome sucks at her job is she's just used to taking out puppies. She's just unqualified.
Oh my god, that congressional meeting, that was brutal. That was brutal. She even had Republicans turning on her.
Oh, and goats. Yeah, she also took out some goats too. God.
Oh yeah.
If even just one of Biden's appointees were as bad as any of these people, it would have just... They didn't have anything. They didn't have anything like this. Not even close. This is... Some of these are just like the biggest horrible disaster of people. Like, you wonder what actually qualified them for this position, and it's that they're so, like, criminally minded or whatever. They play ball so much that they're willing to do the disgusting, like, stuff. The mafia style, whatever government they're running right now. That's how were chosen. Yeah, they're just sycophants. They're so wildly unqualified.
Wait, can I put something
You
out
want
into
to know
the
something
ether really
funny?
quick?
I was just... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I promise it'll be quick. So, like, I don't know if you know that Pete Hegseth is like going really hardcore at the Scouts right now, because
Yeah.
that's a big priority. Okay, I'm gonna put this out into ether because if it happens, you heard it here first. What if they rename the Scouts to Trump's Youth?
Oh, Jesus.
Just get it over with. Get it over with.
Because
Call it
those
what it is.
conversations are gonna drive me up the wall, and we go, "Hey, man, it's pretty similar to another guy from the '30s." Nah,
Right.
y'all are just reaching for that one.
That is just wrong on so many levels. Oh my God, just
They took away.
layers.
There was a badge in the Boy Scouts for like diversity, equity, inclusion. The whole argument about diversity, equity, inclusion, it was that it was like not merit based in like a hiring process. Maybe that was the boogeyman. But in Boy Scouts, why is it bad? What the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck?
There's a guy who's becoming an Eagle Scout, and he wrote about it. I was reading. He basically said all it is about you learning about other people and their experiences, and then like learning what like homophobia is and what racism is, and just being a good person. There's like nothing DEI in it. It's just
we're raising warriors.
I went to this Shield of the Americas Summit webpage, the official state.gov website for it. And I'm reminded of something else that I saw a report on earlier today. Do you guys watch Philip DeFranco, the independent reporter? Yeah, he did a report on this earlier today, and it just reminded me of it. There's this big red bar across the top of this page that says Americans in the Middle East. For consular information or assistance, call the Department of State's 24/7 task force at blah, blah, blah from abroad and 888 blah, blah, blah from the U.S. and Canada. You more. DeFranco did a report on this. There are literally dozens, if not hundreds, of reports coming in of people calling this number and getting nothing but an automated message saying, "I'm sorry, we can't do anything."
Yeah, no, I watched it. I could find the video.
There are so many Americans stuck there right now.
They're like, there's nothing we can do to help you. There are no evacuation zones. There's just nothing. And I'm just like, well, first of all, I'm curious what happens if you press 2, because it's like if you're not calling about the crisis in the Middle East, press 2. So I'm kind of curious about that one. But like the guy was like, I might as well put all my faith in God, because that's basically what you're telling me to do. It's just
right.
Someone said it would have been more respectful if they just would have rickrolled people.
Right. Now, I mean, like, and I said this when it happened in Venezuela. It can both be good that we've taken these people out and bad in the way that we've done it. Because had Trump, say, like with Venezuela, and I said this before, had Trump gone to Congress, had Trump gone to the UN, and discussed his plans and said, listen, we want to do this to help people. And so we want to have a plan in place for when these people are gone. We want a plan in place so we can get decent government elected by the people so they can govern them damn selves again, and we can help them progress. Had he done that, yeah, I'd be all for it. Take them both out. They were bad people. We understand that. We can all acknowledge that. But he has no plan. He's doing this willy-nilly. He's knee reacting, and it's gonna bite us in the ass. It's just gonna.
He's also saying that he's demanding that he gets to pick the new leader of Iran.
Right.
Which I'm like, yeah, that's how it works. That's how all of this.
Have you heard this whole weird Christian nationalist conspiracy theory going on that a big part of this is that weirdo like niche branch of Christian nationalists that think that they have to protect Israel and they have to protect the Jewish people just simply so that they can be sacrificed later to bring back Jesus.
Yeah, I actually have
I'm
heard
not
of this.
fucking with you. I have read about this. It is a real thing.
I think that
Hegseth is heavily into this.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth, believes it. Yeah. Just he's Christo-fascism is here, y'all.
They're literally pulling a Dumbledore on Harry Potter. Like a lamb for slaughter. That's what they believe. That's what they think it should be, and it's going to bring back Jesus somehow.
They're like, look at this theocratic
you know,
government. That we need to free the people, while cheering on theocracy at home. That's going to
Hear the
end the
reports about the
same
prep
way.
speeches the commanders. Do you hear the horror stories about the prep speeches the commanders were giving to the troops?
Yeah.
It is just this is terrifying. And I guarantee you the people that are giving those speeches are wandering their eyes on every face in that crowd, looking for the ones that smile or that bust their chest out because they agree with it. They're keeping track.
Oh, I don't know if you heard about this. My partner saw this earlier. Did you know that ICE unalived an American citizen in Texas
Back in last year.
last year in March? Did y'all know about that?
Oh yeah, the one that they hid for a year.
Mm-hmm. Said that he tried to run someone over, but the footage showed he was barely moving. Man, these ICE agents must be absolutely terrified of cars that are like just rolling from a stop. I can't imagine living in perpetual fear that they must live in to just open fire all the time.
Pickles, we just lost an hour. I know you're in my time zone.
Oh
We
shit.
just lost an hour? Did it
Well,
just hit
Yeah,
three?
it's daylight savings.
I
Yeah,
thought we got
daylight
rid
savings.
of that. Did we not get rid of that?
They no.
I could have sworn we
All the
got rid
clocks
of
still do it.
that. Yeah,
Nope.
cars. Yeah, they're really afraid of cars. I don't know. ICE really needs to like.
It's 3 o'clock.
Well, I mean, we literally just had a report 2-3 years ago come out that said yes, it's a big problem that ICE agents tend to do this. They stand in front of cars on purpose so that they could have an excuse to fire, and it's against policy because we understand it's a fucking problem.
I heard about that. There was a ton
That
of stuff.
was in force for a long time.
Yeah, there was it was like 30 accounts and investigated, or maybe it was like 40 accounts being investigated or that were investigated that police were wrongfully using that tactic since before this year.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gosh, it was making me think of something, and I was gonna say for anybody that like, I highly recommend if you can afford it, get yourself a dash cam, especially if you live in areas where they're doing ICE raids. I guarantee you will catch something, and that footage could severely help someone.
I think I'm
gonna
gonna
apply for passport before voting.
I'm gonna go be extremely good looking offline.
Yes, it sucks to be so good looking.
Yeah, it's tough. Someone's got to do it, but we got to go do it.
Wait,
And
Pickles, I have one question. I have one question. What about Liam? I mean, Leo. What about
Leon?
Leon. What about Leon? What about Leon from Resident Evil 9?
Oh, he's extremely good looking. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We've been watching Markiplier play it. Sorry. He's just so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can't handle Pickles' girth. Pickles is the girthy one.
I don't know. Can Pickles throw an axe from like 20 feet away?
I could learn that in like 3 seconds.
Okay, cool. Okay. I just wanted to get your take on it because the game looks amazing. I just wanted.
Hey, Artemis.
Yeah, what's up?
Artemis. It depends on what he's throwing it with.
Get him out.
Possible third black? What?
Get him out.
All right,
just smacks that fucker across the room.
Anyway, y'all have a good night. Thanks for letting me up for a few minutes.
All right, you too. Good night, y'all.
All right, bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Smoochies.
Love you guys.